Good morning, everyone. Before we begin, we would like to kindly invite everyone to open your camera and use virtual background. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to our distinguished keynote speakers, honorable university leaders, respected guests, lecturers, presenters, participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the English Language Education Study Program, Universitas Internasional Batam, it is my great honor and pleasure to warmly welcome you to the first international research and engagement in applied linguistics and English language teaching, or IRIL ELT 2026. We are truly delighted to have all of you joining us virtually today from different cities and countries. Your presence reflects our shared commitment to advancing research, professional engagement, and meaningful collaboration in the fields of applied linguistics and English language teaching. We sincerely hope that today's conference will provide a valuable platform for exchanging knowledge, sharing research insights, building professional networks, and opening opportunities for future academic collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, let us officially begin the opening ceremony of the first IRIL ELT 2026. To begin this conference with gratitude and blessings, we would like to invite everyone to take a moment to pray according to your respective faiths and beliefs. Let us pray. The prayer is concluded. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed with the singing of the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. May I kindly invite everyone to rise. Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed with the report from the conference chair of the first IRIL ELT 2026. It is our pleasure to invite Ms. Lel Badrazaki, SPD MPD, Chair of the first IRIL ELT 2006 Organizing Committee, to deliver the conference report. Ms. Lel Badrazaki, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Zairin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. The Honorable Rector of Universitas International Batam, Dr. Iskandar Itan. Good morning, sir. The Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Education, Dr. Pandu Prasojo. Respected Coordinator of Teflon Riau and Kepulauan Riau. Good morning, Dr. Kurniawan. And our distinguished keynote speakers for today's event, and then respected university leaders, representative of our collaborating institution, and also fellow lecturers, researchers, teachers, and today presenters and students, and also all the participants for joining us from Indonesia and also abroad. Um, Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor and also pleasure as the conference chair of the first IREL ELT 2026 to warmly welcome all of you for this international conference jointly organized through the collaborations between Universitas Internasional Batam, Universitas PGRI Kanjuruhan Malang, and also Universitas Pasir Pangarayan. The rapid development of technology, changes in curriculum, and the increasingly global nature of education have significantly transformed the way we teach, learn, and also conduct research in English language teaching. While at the same time, we recognize that research should not end only with the publication. Research should contribute to classroom practices, respond to the real educational challenges, and also create meaningful and also impactful for the teachers, institution, and also communities. Therefore, with this spirit, we initiate the first international research and engagement in applied linguistic and English language teaching, or IREL ELT 2026, under the theme Bridging Research and Practice of ELT, Technology Integration, Curriculum Reform, and Language Learning in Global Era. We hope that through this theme, we aim to create academic platform where researchers and practitioners across countries can connect each other, sharing the finding of their research with the actual educational practices. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to announce that in this first conference, we have brought more than 50 presenters, and we also have 6 invited keynote speakers from Indonesia and also from Philippines, Malaysia, and also Turkey, that they are representing the university and also institution from Indonesia and also overseas. In today's conference, we hope that it will not only simply become a place to represent our research paper. We hope that it will become a space to exchange ideas that lead from one to another and also build professional network and also initiate the future research and also educational collaboration. May this first conference become the beginning of this sustainable collaboration and continue to grow as the international academic platform. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the first international research and engagement in applied linguistic and English language teaching. Thank you so much for your participation and also support. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lel Badrazaki, for the comprehensive report and for sharing the background and objectives of today's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the opening remarks and official opening of the first IREL ELT 2026. It is our great honor to invite Dr. Iskandar Itan, Rector of Universitas Internasional Batam, to deliver his opening remarks and officially open the first international research and engagement in applied linguistics and English language teaching, IREL ELT 2026. Dr. Iskandar Itan, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. Thank you all for being here today. It is my honor to acknowledge the presence of the following esteemed individuals. Professor Ali Gunes from Bolu Aban İzzet Baysal University, Turkey. Professor Mujiono from Universitas PGRI Kanjuruhan Malang, Indonesia. Associate Professor Dr. Pipit Rahayu from Universitas Pasir Pangarayan, Indonesia. Dr. Joanna Tan Chin Ai from University Tunku Abdul Rahman, Malaysia. Dr. Marlan Pantilos from Cameron Sur Polytechnic College, the Philippines. And Dr. Pandu Prasojo from Universitas Internasional Batam. And all distinguished guests, lecturers, students, participants, and other contributors whose names we may not be able to mention one by one. First and foremost, let us give thanks to God Almighty for His blessing, which have enabled us to gather here for the first international research and engagement in applied linguistics and English language teaching on the first IREAL ELT 2026, where we come together to exchange knowledge and learn from one another. It is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you all to this important conference on bridging research and practice in ELT, technology integration, curriculum reform, and language learning in the global era. On behalf of Universitas Internasional Batam, I extend our warmest greetings and sincere appreciation for your presence and participation. Ladies and gentlemen, the rapid development of digital technology and artificial intelligence is transforming how knowledge is produced, accessed, and communicated in English language education. This development offers valuable opportunity for personalized learning, innovative assessment, expanded access to learning resources, and international collaboration. However, technological advancement also require us to reconsider the role of teachers, the design of curricula, the relevance of our research, and the ethical principles that guide educational practice. Technology should not simply replace existing methods. It should strengthen meaningful interaction, improve learning quality, support teacher professionalism, and respond to the diverse needs of learners. At the same time, curriculum reform must prepare students for a world that is increasingly interconnected, multilingual, and digitally mediated. Language education should not focus only on grammatical knowledge or linguistic accuracy. It should also develop critical thinking, creativity, intercultural competence, collaboration, digital literacy, and the ability to communicate responsibly across cultural and national boundaries. For this reason, the connection between research and practice is essential. Research should not remain within academic journal or conference proceedings. It should contribute to solving real educational problems and improving classroom practices. Similarly, the experience of teachers and learners should become an important foundation for relevant and impactful research. This principle is closely connected to the vision of Universitas Internasional Batam. As an institution located in Batam, a strategic international and multicultural city, UIB is committed to developing education that is globally connected, technologically responsive, and socially relevant. We believe that higher education institutions must serve not only as a center of knowledge, but also as a platform for collaboration, innovation, and positive societal transformation. The establishment of the first IREAL ELT represents one of our efforts to strengthen international engagement in applied linguistics and English language teaching. Through this forum, we hope to bring together scholars, practitioners, students, and institutions to exchange perspective, share research findings, develop professional networks, and initiative sustainable academic partnership. As this is the first IREAL ELT International Conference, today marks an important milestone for Universitas International Batam. We hope that this conference will grow into a continuous academic platform that connects local educational realities and regional and global developments. The first IREAL ALT International Conference is hosted by Universitas International Batam, and this is made possible by the support of all our partners, universities, organizing committee, and special appreciation to the Faculty of Education of UIB and the English Language Education Study Program. Ladies and gentlemen, I encourage all participants to actively engage, share your expertise, and explore innovative pathways that can drive impactful change in English language teaching and learning. With that, I officially welcome you to the conference and wish you all a productive, inspiring experience. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Iskandar Itan, for your inspiring remarks and for officially opening the first IREAL ELT 2006. We sincerely appreciate your support and commitment to advancing academic excellence, research, international collaboration, and meaningful engagement across institutions and countries. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed to the welcoming remarks from the Teflon Riau and Kepulauan Riau chapter. It is our great honor to invite Dr. Kurniawan SS MPD, coordinator of the Teflon Riau and Kepulauan Riau chapter, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Dr. Kurniawan, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you. Can you listen my voice?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, we met in this room for Silaturahim and also we discuss about the international conference. First of all, Alhamdulillah, all praise due to Allah SWT, or the Almighty whose belong blessings and mercy and guidance all of us today in good health and high spirit. Good morning and warm greeting to everyone. The Honorables, Pak Rector, Pak Iskandar Itan, yeah. Nice to meet you, Pak. Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, thank you, Pak, for the time and just for us
Yeah.
from the
Thank
Teflin
you,
Rio
thank you.
Cafe.
Thank you
Okay.
for making the time.
Okay, thank you, Pak. And also Pak Pandu, the Dean of FKIP. Thank you, Pak Pandu.
Thank you, Pak Kur.
Okay,
Very pleasure
Bulaya,
to be
and also all
here.
the teams that invite us from the Teflin as the teacher association in Indonesia for the Rio and Capri chapter. Uh, the distinguished keynote speakers from some countries, respected scholars, university leaders, fellow educators, researchers, students, and all the participants that joining us from Indonesia, Malaysia, Turkey, Philippines, Timor-Leste, and the other part of the world. It is a great honor for me, on behalf of Teflin Chapter Kepulauan Riau and Riau, to deliver the opening remarks at the first IREAL ILT 2026 International Conference. as the English Teachers Consortium in Indonesia, we really support this event and really like to be more collaborations for the future with the Universitas International Batam. And then, firstly, I would like to express my appreciations, yeah, to the committees that really working hard, yeah, for making these events really good. Yeah, partner institutions, the speaker, presenters, and everyone who has worked, yeah, to make this international academic gathering possible. Uh, the theme of this conference, Bridging Research and Practice in ELT, with the subtheme is Technology Integrations, Curriculum Reforms, and Language Learning in Global Era. It is really relevant and timely with the today's of the technology and education's development. We know that the English language teaching is currently experiencing rapid transformations. We know by the coming of digital technology, AI or artificial intelligence, and also changing the learner's characteristics, yeah, and evolving professional demands, reshaping how languages are taught, learned, and assessed. However, innovation in education should never be driven technology alone, because of technology becomes meaningful only when it supports by the sound pedagogy, relevant research, ethical consideration, and deep understanding of the learner's need. Therefore, the responsibility of ELT scholars and practitioners not merely to adopt new tools, but to critically examine how those tools can improve learning, strengthen teachers' agency, and create more inclusive educational opportunities. I'm sure that this conference provides an important space in which research finding can move beyond academic publications and contributes the classroom practice. At the same time, teacher experiences and classroom challenges should inform the future research. This continuous dialogue between researchers, practitioners is essential if we want research to create genuine and sustainable impact. As the coordinator of Teflin chapter Riau Kepulauan and also Riau, I'm particularly pleased to see this international forum being initiated in our province, Kepulauan Riau. You know that our Kepulauan Riau is geographically and culturally positioned and as one of Indonesian gateway to the international community. It is multilingual and multicultural characteristics make it an important context for discussion, language educations, cross-border collaboration, and global engagement, of course. I hope today's conference will not simply become a forum for presenting papers, but also platform to exchange ideas, building professional network, developing collaborative research, and initiating meaningful partnership among institutions and scholars. To all speakers and presenters, thank you for sharing your knowledge, research, and professional experience. To all participants, I encourage actively ask thoughtful questions and use this opportunity to connect with colleagues from different educational and cultural background. Finally, I said, and we said from Teflin, congratulations to Universitas International Batam, and of course the Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris ya for the successful organization of the first IREL ELT 2026. This is the first and will be continue to be better and better in the futures. I welcome to you all to the first IREL ELT 2006 International Conference. May today events be productive, inspiring, and beneficial for advances of English language education. Thank you and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kurniawan, for your warm and inspiring remarks. We sincerely appreciate the support and commitment of the Teflon Riau and Kepulauan Riau chapter. Is strengthening academic networks, professional development, and collaboration among scholars, educators, and practitioners in English language teaching. Distinguished keynote speakers, honorable guests, presenters, participants, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the conclusion of the opening ceremony of the first International Research and Engagement in Applied Linguistics and English Language Teaching IREL ELT 2026. Before we proceed to our first plenary session, we would like to capture this special occasion with a group of photographs. May we kindly invite everyone to turn on your cameras. Okay, everyone, please look at the camera and give us your best smile. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. We will take one more photo. 1, 2, 3. Wonderful. Thank you very much, everyone, for your cooperation. We hope this photograph will serve as a wonderful memory of the first IREL ELT 2026 and mark the beginning of many meaningful academic collaborations in the years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony is now concluded. We shall now proceed to the first plenary session. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Iskandar Itan, Pak Rektor, Dr. Kurniawan. Thank you so much, Ibu Leil Badrazaki, Dr. Jonathan, and all participants. Thank you for coming to the opening session for the first IREL 2026. Have a great day to all of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the opening ceremony of the first IREL ELT 2026. Before we proceed to our first plenary session, we would like to once again express our sincere appreciation to the Rector of Universitas Internasional Batam, our distinguished guests, university leaders, and invited guests for honoring us with your presence this morning. For our honorable rector and distinguished guests who may have other commitments, please feel free to leave the room meeting at your convenience. We are truly grateful for your time, presence, and support for this conference. Of course, should your schedule permit, we would be delighted and honored to have you remain with us for the upcoming plenary session. Thank you once again, and we wish you a pleasant and productive day ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to plenary session 1 of the first IREL ELT 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to plenary session 1 of the first IREL ELT 2026. It is our great honor to welcome our distinguished keynote speakers who have joined us virtually this morning. Please allow me to acknowledge and warmly welcome Professor Dr. Mujiono, MPD, from Universitas PGRI Kanjuruhan Malang, Indonesia, Dr. Marlon S. Pontilas from Camarines Polytechnic College, Philippines, and Dr. Joanna Tan Jin Ai from University Tunku Abdul Rahman, Malaysia. Good morning, professors and distinguished speakers.
Good morning.
On behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our warmest welcome and sincere appreciation for your presence at the first IREL ELT 2026. We are truly honored to have you with us today and look forward to gaining valuable insights from your expertise, research, and perspectives. Ladies and gentlemen, to lead our morning plenary session, it is my pleasure to introduce our moderator, Ms. Maya Marsevani, SPD MPD. The plenary session will feature 3 distinguished speakers with approximately 25 minutes allocated to each presentation. Without further ado, may I now invite Ms. Maya Marsevani, SPD MPD, to take over and lead plenary session 1. Ms. Maya, the screen is yours.
Thank you so much, Zairin, as our MC today. Good morning, distinguished guests, respected speakers,
Morning.
and also ladies and gentlemen, morning, Professor. Welcome to plenary
Morning.
session 1. My name is Maya Marsevani, and it is my pleasure to serve you as your moderator for today's session. And it is now my great pleasure to introduce our distinguished speaker. Maybe before inviting them deliver their presentation, allow me to briefly introduce their academic and professional background. Okay, so here are our keynote speakers today. They are Professor Dr. Mujiono, MPD, and also Dr. Marlos Pontilas, and also Dr. Jonathan Tan Jin Ai. And we start from our first keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Mujiono, MPD. He is from Universitas PGRI Kanjuruhan Malang, Indonesia. Professor Dr. Mujiono will share his knowledge and also perspective regarding bridging research and classroom practice in the AI era. And then here Dr. Professor Mujiono Educations. He took a bachelor degree in IKIP Budi Utomo, Indonesia, with additional studies at EIN Malang or UIN Malang. And then he also continued his master degree still in English language education in Universitas Islam Malang or Unisma Indonesia, and then got his PhD in Linguistics, Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia. And work experiences, Professor Mujiono right now is a professor of applied linguistics and English language education in Universitas PGRI Kanjuruhan Malang. He is also actively a lecturer in English language education, actively teaching and advancing research and scholarship in English language education. He is also an academic promotion assessor, serving as an academic assessor for lecturers under the Higher Education Service Institution or LLDT Region 7, Indonesia. And we move to the second speaker. Sorry, we move to the recent publications of Professor Mujiono. So here are recent publications for this year. In May 2026, Professor Mujiono has published a book chapter about ethical and legal challenges in implementing artificial intelligence or AI and metaverse in education. It explores systematic and ethical boundaries of utilizing emerging tech in learning environments. And there are several publications that published in 2025 in Jurnal Pendidikan Progresif, Premise Journal of English Education, and about exploring academic writing readiness in English as a foreign language, progress in measurement instrument design. It published in Indonesia Journal English Language Teaching and Applied Linguistics in 2023. We move to the second keynote speaker. We have Dr. Marlon S. Pantilas here. Welcome, Dr. Marlon. Good morning.
Good morning. Hello. Good morning,
Hello.
everyone.
Yeah, he is from Cameron Sur Polytechnic College, Philippines. Right now, Dr. Marlon is the Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences. He will share his knowledge and also a perspective regarding many tongues, one scholarly nation, reimagining language in Philippine higher education. And for the education, Dr. Marlon already took his Doctor of Philosophy or PhD in Educational Management at University of St. Anthony, Philippines, and also Doctor of Philosophy or PhD in Applied Linguistics, currently already completing the La Salle University, Manila, Philippines. And for the work experiences of Dr. Marlon, he is right now Dean in College of Arts and Sciences, Cameron Sur Polytechnic College, Philippines, and then Program Chair, AB English Language Study Program, and then ever been AACCUP accreditor, and then Regional Quality Assessment Team member for Humanities and Social Sciences, and then be editor and peer review for Scopus Index and other international journals. And the last, I will become lead organizer in the first national conference in NAS Reson 2025. And then for our third keynote speaker, Dr. Jonathan Jin Ai from University Tunku Abdul Rahman, Malaysia. Good morning, Dr. Joanna.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Doctor. So here is the CV of Dr. Jonathan Jin Ai. She is right now as an assistant professor in Department of English Education at University Tunku Abdul Rahman, Malaysia. She will share her knowledge and also perspective about beyond prompting, critical thought, and metacognition in language learning. And from work experiences of Dr. Joanna, she started her career from clerk and then right now become a lecturer. And here are several recent publications from Dr. Joanna. Start from 2022, she already published about qualitative analysis on Malaysian English language teaching. And then in 2023 until October 2024, she already published about graded theory approach in Malaysia. Okay, so that's all about CV of our keynote speakers today. We are honored to have 3 distinguished speakers representing from Indonesia, Philippines, and also Malaysia in this conference. Each speaker will have 25 minutes for their presentation. After all 3 presentations, we'll have a 15-minute Q&A session. Before we begin, I would like to remind everyone to keep your microphones muted throughout the presentations. If you have a question, please use the raise hand feature or type your question in the chat box. We will address as many questions as time permits during the Q&A session. Without further ado, let us begin. We are now ready to begin our plenary session. Please join me in welcoming our first speaker, Professor Dr. Mujiono MPD from Universitas PGRI Kanjuruhan Malang, Indonesia. Morning, first, without further ado, please join me to share your knowledge and also your perspectives regarding your field.
Sorry, the connection is not good here, but it's okay. It is my time here to deliver this. Okay. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, my colleague here. Okay. Well, it is a good time for me, and it is a valuable opportunity for me to deliver my my article, I think, entitled Bridging Research and Classroom Practice in AI Era. Okay, so in this opportunity, we would like to start to talking about the central question for global ELT, I think. Yeah, so this is a very simple and this is very fundamental question from the global ELT, like are we preparing a student only to pass English tests or to communicate responsibility in AI mediated a global world like this? So to answer the questions, we would like to start first from the old paradigm or the to the current paradigm. From the traditional school, for instance, like passing English tests and then producing a correct English. This is the production oriented. Then like transformative goal, for instance, kind of the communicative responsibility, then think critically, and then what I'm calling create meaningful and make a responsible decision in AI mediated word, for instance, like this. So to make the fundamental of what I have a talk just now. So the critical thinking, the ethical judgment, and AI literacy, and creativity, and also like responsible communication still needed in global ELT. So what is the global question, I think? Or what is the so the global ELT must connect it language competence, and then human agency, and cultural awareness, and then technology understanding, ethic responsibility are still needed very much to spot about the global ELT. Okay, so I think next what this slide, next slide, next slide. Okay, next slide, next slide. So what is the change in landscape of language learning here? Next, So when the learning happened, when we focus on the traditional or conventional paradigm, for instance, kinds of the interaction between teachers and the student. But now it's not only the interaction between teachers and students. AI is one of the pedagogical partners here, is also spotted to the global in ALT. So when the learning happen, for instance, like a digital platform, AI, chatbot, and then social media, and then online communication. So this is the new paradigm in global AALT. For instance, like the changing relationship between the interaction between teachers and the students. Now we change, or now we shift to teachers, AI, and the students like this. So classroom learning is not the interaction between teacher and the students, but AI as a mediated learning, also as the supporting pedagogical partners in relation in the classroom like this. Okay, next. So what is the new components in global ELT? New component in global ELT beyond linguistic competence, I think. Next, next. New competence, new competencies. So communicative competence, and then critical evaluation, and also AI literacy and ethical responsibility are needed in global ELT competencies like this. So in global ELT required what I'm calling here communication, AI understanding, critical judgment, and also critical awareness and learners agency. This is the fundamental of the global ELT practice. Borenson in teaching and learning English in this classroom. So I think the research practice kept, so it is why does ELT research, for instance, not always reach the classroom. At least we have four kind of reason. Why the research practice gap. Why does ELT research not always reach in the classroom? Next. For instance, like persistent gap, the continuing gap remaining between knowledge generated by applied linguistic research, and instructional decision, made by language teachers, in real classroom. This is the number one. And number two, perhaps this is kinds of the different professional word, and then limited classroom relevance, and also the collaborative communication. So the principal problem is the research without a classroom translation, I think, has limited education influence. This, what is the bridging research and the classroom practice? Yeah, I mean from published evidence to the classroom action. At least we have five fundamental reason, or this is what is explanation or additional explanation. Yeah, number one, research, translation, adaptation, implementation, and evaluation. Yeah. Interpret the evidence, for instance, identify the study's main finding, for instance, like participant, method, and limitation, yeah, and also kinds of the translation, the evidence, yeah, convert research finding into a clear pedagogical principles and adapt the principle, for instance, like adjust them to the students' proficiency class size, for instance, and then applying the innovation and also like examine the student work observation like this. So the evidence informed teaching required interpretation, translation, contextual adaptation, classroom implementation, and continuous evaluation. So in this case, the process is still the principles of the competencies or students' competencies in the global ELT. It is not only what is in such as the global paradigm kinds of the product oriented, yeah, for instance, like evidence for testing and so on like this. How about the rules of technology? I think why technology integrations often failed, when we applying interaction in the classroom, for instance. Technology does not automatically produce learning. Yeah? So what I'm calling tools before goal, for instance, yeah, tool before goals, and then what I'm calling here weak, yeah, curriculum, for instance, weak curriculum alignment, and then narrow teacher, yeah, preparation, I think, and then agency without learning, or sorry, efficiency without learning, I think, yeah, and so on like this. So this is the reason why the technology integration often fails. So the technology does not automatically produce learning here. So we need the human agency, yeah, to control and to facilitate the technology as the pedagogical partners, yeah, and technology. What I'm calling here adaptation. Yeah, technology adaptation is not the same or is not similar to pedagogical transformation. That the I think this is kind of the principle or the key principle of why technology integration I think often fail like this. So what is the what I'm calling here what should we start? I think from technology first to pedagogical first. I think the starting point of AI integration, yeah, for instance, like the wrong starting point, yeah, which AI, for instance, when we choose AI as the educational or pedagogical partners, yeah. So which AI platform should be used or should the student use like this? Then the appropriate starting point, for instance, like what should student understand, what a student create, what a student evaluate, yeah, or what a student communicate in applying about the AI platform, for example. So when we apply AI platform, so what a kind of the AI, for example, artificial intelligence. So the learning purposes first is the most important thing. Tool must serve the learning here. Tool is not everything here. A tool is one of the alternative as the pedagogical partners here. So like what I have just now talk really about what is the rules of the artificial intelligence in a global ELT here. Tools, kinds of artificial intelligence, what type of artificial intelligence is the only pedagogical sport, pedagogical partners for the student to learn English or to learn language in a global ELT like this. That's the point of the technology. So the next year, so what is the role of human? The human-centered AI in LT? Yeah. So the human agency and then teachers' authority, the student responsibility and creativity, and then what is inclusion and linguistic diversity, for example, and then transparency, privacy, ethic, like what I have written, at one of the international publication, publishers, This is my book chapter, about the ethic of using AI and keep the metadata, in utilizing or implementing about the AI, about the sustainability and the social responsibility. But all of them, all extended human capacity here, So what is the question is not how much a teaching can be automated, but how for instance, like what I'm calling here, artificial intelligence can strengthen human learning, judgment, and responsibility here. So this is the core of the human-centered AI in ELT here. So how about the teachers? AI, then student and partnership like this. Teacher, AI, student, and partnership here. When we notice about the over time, this the only teacher and the student, without kinds of the pedagogical partners, kind of artificial intelligence. But now, in a new paradigm here, artificial intelligence is included in interaction between teachers and then AI and the student. AI is not everything. AI is only a tool assistant like this, pedagogical assistant or pedagogical supporting, pedagogical partners here, like teachers and then AI and the student is a dynamic pedagogical interaction. But now like this. But in all period time, actually, when we are talking about the interaction, teacher and the student, teacher, student and the students, But now in the new paradigm, we have student and student, teachers, AI, and then AI and the student, or student AI, or student AI student like this. So we have many type of the interaction in the global ELT like this. Okay, so this is the teachers AI student partnership. It's a new pedagogical relationship. I think, this is based on my systematic literature review. This is my research. We hypothesized that the new pedagogical relationship, teachers, artificial intelligence, or technology tools, and then student partnership like this. So AI-driven adaptive feedback. So from the general correction to personalized support. For instance, like general correction. When we notice about the old paradigm, like that. Now we may use AI-assisted feedback. So personalized support like this. Individualized interaction is still needed in applying or in implementing in a global ELT like this. So in this case, when we are talking about the global ELT, it's not only a teachers and a student partnership, but we include AI or a tools assistant, yeah, is one of the partnership in ELT interaction like this. Okay, so I don't know about the time, yeah. So how about the adaptive feedback in practice? Yeah, I mean from AI reviewing to guided revision, yeah, like the when okay, I think please continue to adaptive feedback in practice, yeah, adaptive feedback in practice. Okay, yeah, I think this is like a correct and rewrite this essay. Yeah, still needed, I think. So what is in pedagogical appropriate in applying AI present, yeah, like acts, yeah, is writing coach, yeah, misalkan don't rewrite the paragraph identify, for instance, like this. So when we use kind of the tools applications or AI, or I think intelligence, artificial intelligence, we do not, or the student is not allowed to rely on AI is everything like this. AI is one of the assistant. AI is one of the pedagogical partners. Yeah. So I think we cannot escape, yeah, from the development or the advance from the technology development. But this is the new era for using AI. So we are, as the teacher or the lecturers, yeah, has what is, I mean, a good opportunity to guide or to facilitate the student, yeah, to develop their capabilities or the competencies, yeah, primary for particularly in writing like this, yeah, like adaptive feedback in adaptive feedback in practice by using AI is still needed by the student like this. This is the first, yeah, this is the first, I mean, what is the first alternative, yeah. So the teacher must facilitate the student, yeah, by utilizing about humanized argument, yeah. For instance, in writing, humanized text is still needed in teaching ELT in the global era. Okay. Next, I think about the AI supported project-based language learning. Yeah, for example, like how AI integrate, yeah, with the authentic communication. Yeah, this is, I think, is still the problem. Yeah, should the problem faced by the teachers in utilizing about or in utilizing technology tools, yeah, AI supporting, yeah, kinds of in implementing project application, yeah, English digital, what is campaign for local tourism or micro, what is micro enterprises, for instance, yeah, like student develop English pronunciation, yeah, and then digital broadcast, for example, like podcast and so on and so on. Yes, just distributed in the social media like this. Okay. So how about the next curriculum transformation, the global era? Yeah. AI responsive curriculum. Yeah. So and then a student, yeah, AI competencies, yeah, and the teacher's competency, and then curriculum alignment like this. This is the curriculum transformation in the global ELT in this era here. So curriculum transformation beyond tools use, yeah. What is the principal idea that the curriculum transformation, yeah, having integrating AI with the human centers learning, ethical prospect or responsibility, and also like coherent educational design like this. So outcomes, pedagogy, and AI literacy, and all assessment and ethic and the teachers' development is one of the alternative to design our curriculum in ELT in this transformation in the global ELT in the global era like this. Okay. So what is the ethic and then the integrity and the digital inequality? Yeah? Ethic, integrity, and the digital equality. Ethic and what I'm calling integrated risk. Yeah, and then human centered values and also raise of the uh, upper lines, yeah, upper line and digital inequality. This is the responsibility AI integration, like ethical, critical, and then what is inclusive and inequality like this. Yeah? So teachers, yeah, and this is my last argument or insight related to the using AI in the global ELT like this. Teachers have 5P roadmap and the closing, and this is my closing message, yeah, and the human centers, yeah, direction for a transformation ELT. So what 5P here, yeah, this is the first is propose, yeah, mean is what should a student learn, yeah, and then pedagogy, yeah, this is the P number 2, what learning process is required. And then platform, which technology support the process. And then people, this is the P number 4, yeah, are teachers and the learners, yeah, adequately prepared, yeah, and the last is through what evidence, yeah, demonstrate meaningful learning. Now, this is my argument related to the what I'm calling here, related to the sorry. Okay, related to the bridging research and the classroom practice in AI era like this. So human-centered technology integration and the curriculum transformation in LT. So I think this all of my argument related to the AI in the global era here. Thank you for valuable opportunity for me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Professor Mujiono, for your informative and also thought-provoking presentation. We truly appreciate your valuable insights and the knowledge you have shared with us today. Now, we will now continue with our second speaker. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Marlos Pontilas from Cameron's Sur Polytechnic College, Philippines. Dr. Pontilas.
Hello, good morning. Can you all hear me? Am I audible and
Good
clear?
morning.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you. Dr. Pontilas, I will share your PPT right now.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay.
Alright, thank you. Salamat pagi, Indonesia. Bapak
Selamat
ban idu
pagi.
yang saya hormati, apa kabar? Senang sekali bisa berada bersama Anda semua hari ini. Selamat hangat dari Filipina. Good morning, distinguished guests, fellow educators, scholars, and friends from Indonesia and other participating countries. It is both an honor and pleasure to join you this morning. And on behalf of my fellow Filipinos, I bring you our warmest greetings from the Philippines, Mabuhay, your neighbor, fellow Southeast Asian nation, and enduring friend. Ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between and beyond, today I am privileged to speak about a topic that is deeply connected to who we are as Filipinos, how we teach, and how we envision the future of higher education. As you can see on my presentation is titled Many Tongues, One Scholarly Nation, Reimagining Language in Philippine Higher Education. When we discuss language in universities, the conversation often becomes a debate. The question is, should we use English or Filipino? Should regional languages have a place in university classrooms? Does multilingual teaching improve learning? Or does it weaken students' English proficiency? Today, I invite us to move beyond to these either or questions. English, Filipino, and our regional languages do not need to compete for legitimacy. Each serves as an important intellectual and social function. And the challenge is to create a higher education system in which these languages work together to promote academic access, inclusion, national development, and global competence. So for me, my central argument is simple. The multilingual Filipino is not a problem that higher education must correct. The multilingual Filipino is a strength that higher education must cultivate. Next slide, please. Let us begin with the national landscape. To give you a background, the Philippines is home for more than 180 languages. We educate our Filipino nation, but that nation enters the university speaking many languages and carrying many linguistic identities. According to survey or census of population and housing in 2020, Tagalog was generally the language spoken. Tagalog was the language generally spoken in approximately about 40% of Filipino households, followed by Bisaya, then by Hiligaynon, Ilocano, Cebuano. For the information of everyone, I'm from Bicol. Bicol was the primary home language of approximately like 1 million households or 3.9% of the national level. Other languages like Waray, Kapampangan, Maguindanao, Pangasinan are likewise represented millions of homes. Please take note of what the figures mean. It means that no single home language represents even half of all Filipino households. Therefore, multilingualism is not an exceptional condition experienced only by a few cultural communities. It is our national reality. Our students do not live their reality outside the university gate. They bring their languages, their identities, their experiences, and ways of understanding the world into our classroom. So now the question is, does higher education recognize and utilize this linguistic wealth, or does it ask students to set it aside? For our third slide, okay, so a layered linguistic ecology. Our constitution already provides an important foundation for that, for answering that question. Article 14 of the 1987 Constitution identifies Filipino as the national language. It states that Filipino must continue to develop and be enriched by existing Philippine and other languages. It also recognizes Filipino and English as official languages for communication and instruction. Regional languages, meanwhile, are recognized as auxiliary official languages in their respective regions and as auxiliary media for instruction. So, meaning this is not a monolingual policy framework, it is a layered linguistic ecology. Filipino connects us as a nation. English gives us access to international academic and professional communities, but regional languages connect education to the histories, to the knowledge systems, and lived experiences of local communities. The Constitution actually does not require these languages to cancel one another. Instead, it provides space for them to work together. This is very important because language planning should not be reduced. No, this is important because language planning should not be reduced to choosing a winner. The more productive question is, how can each language be used according to its strengths, purposes, and context? So the constitutional vision is already multilingual. Our challenge is to translate that vision into institutional policies and everyday academic practice. Next slide. Is it the slide 4? Sorry. Institutional. Yeah, so that's it. Yeah, that's one. Okay. So for this one, the historical privileging of English, I can say that despite this layered constitutional framework, Philippine higher education has historically privileged English. I remember Executive Order number 210 issued in 2003 encouraged higher education institutions, including state universities and colleges, to use English as their primary medium of instruction. The policy connected English proficiency to competitiveness, employment, technology, and international participation. These goals are understandable because English provides access to global research, professional networks, mobility, and even international collaboration. It remains indispensable in many fields. However, English in the Philippines has become dominant in our textbooks, in our research publications, for our accreditation documents, for our promotions, institutional communication, and even our university signage. One study cited in 2026 UP, University of the Philippines CIDS discussion paper found that 97.1% of the visual signage examined at a major Philippine university was written in English. So that figure, ladies and gentlemen, invites a provocative question. If our campuses are located with multilingual communities, why do their walls appear to speak only one language? So this is not an argument against English. I'm not against about that. But the issue is not the presence of English, but the near invisibility of other languages. When English becomes the only language associated with intelligence, formality, and quality, other languages may be treated as less academic, even when they are the languages through which students understand difficult concepts and communities articulate their realities. Next slide. So, this brings us to the central paradox of Philippine higher education. At the institutional level, ladies and gentlemen, our policies, official documents, research requirements, and campus signage are largely English dominant. At the classroom level, however, communication is much more flexible. Teachers explain, translate, paraphrase, and provide examples using Filipino original languages. Students shift languages when discussing difficult ideas and helping classmates understand their lessons. At the community level, student life and lived experiences are even more linguistically diverse. What I mean is that Filipino and regional languages are used in informal interactions, extension activities, community consultations, and everyday problem solving. Thus, we appear to have three different linguistic realities: an English dominant institution, number one; number two, a multilingual classroom; and the third one, a Filipino and regional language rich community. But these are not three separate systems. They are parts of one educational ecosystem that has been forced to operate in linguistic silos. A student may read an English article, discuss it with classmates in Bicol or Filipino, and then produce an English research paper. And that process should not automatically be viewed as linguistic weakness, right? It may actually be evidence of complex multilingual thinking. Next slide. So the hidden multilingual classrooms, recent evidence confirms this hidden multilingual reality. So here we can say that in 2026, UPCIDS gathered responses from 241 participants, students, faculty members, and other stakeholders from different regions. And in the study, 100% of faculty respondents reported using English in instruction. So this confirms the formal dominance of English. However, 90% of students also reported regularly using Filipino for learning, while 87% of the faculty reported regularly using Filipino. In addition, 43% of faculty said that they use regional languages in class. I may be an English teacher, but I use, regional languages in my classroom when teaching English courses. So we can say that these findings reveal an important distinction between official instruction and actual learning. We can say here on the data that English may be the formal medium appearing in the syllabus, in the textbook, presentation, and examination, yet Filipino and regional languages remain active in the process of explanation, interaction, interpretation, and meaning making. Think of what happens in an actual classroom, ladies and gentlemen. A professor introduces a technical concept in English. And when students appear confused, the professor explains it in Filipino or original language and provides an actual example in local experience. Students then discuss the concept among themselves and eventually express their understanding in academic English. The regional language, therefore, did not obstruct learning. It helped make learning possible. So the evidence, therefore, suggests that multilingual practice is not occurring because teachers have abandoned academic rigor. It is occurring because teachers are responding to the cognitive and communicative needs of their students. So next slide. Our next slide. Okay, so yes, that's it. So now the question is, why does this matter? It matters because language policies affect more than grammar and vocabulary. They affect equity, confidence, participation, and intellectual access. In that study, 37% of students reported experiencing anxiety during English medium recitations and presentations. The same portion felt pressure to avoid using local languages in academic settings. Strikingly, 93% of stakeholder respondents reported that language barriers had reduced their participation or engagement with higher education institutions. And these represent why many may call monolingual friction. Monolingual friction, it's the difficulty created when only one language is treated as a legitimate pathway to knowledge and participation. On the other side, we see the flow of multilingual access. So with the data presented, the lessons is not that we should abandon English or lower our standards. The lesson there is that we should distinguish disciplinary competence from language performance. A nursing student may, say, for example, understand a clinical procedure, but struggle to explain it immediately in formal English. An engineering student may solve a complex problem, but need to discuss the process first in a familiar language. An education student may understand a theory deeply, but lack the academic English needed to articulate it. Now, as teachers, our responsibility is to develop both the disciplinary knowledge and the language required to communicate it. Using multiple languages is not necessarily a linguistic deficiency. When done deliberately, it is an instructional strategy that creates a bridge from existing knowledge to more advanced academic expression. Next slide. So let's talk about translanguaging as an academic strategy. So here, this purposeful movement across languages is known as translanguaging. This is my dissertation in my second PhD. So just to give you an idea, translanguaging is more than casually code switching. It's more than that. It is the strategic use of a learner's entire linguistic repertoire to process information, construct meaning, and communicate knowledge. So consider the process shown on the slide. So the input may be a complex journal article written in global academic English. During processing, students may question, debate, clarify, and synthesize the ideas using Filipino and their regional languages. They use the languages that allow them to examine the concept more deeply. And finally, output may be in a rigorous paper report or presentation in academic English. So in this process, the local language is not the final destination. Neither it is a shortcut around academic rigor. It functions as a cognitive bridge. Purposeful translanguaging may have institutional goals, institutional goals, instructional goals. Teachers should know and why and when a language is being used. So when we may use a familiar language to introduce a concept, check comprehension, encourage participation, connect theory to local experience, or even prepare students to produce an English academic output. Therefore, translanguaging should not mean that we stop developing academic English. It means we use students' linguistic strengths to help them reach higher level of an academic performance. Next slide. So this requires us to define the academic utility of our languages. English is indispensable for global scholarship, international cooperation, professional mobility, and employment. Our students must be able to read, write, present, participate confidently in English. However, English must not become exclusionary. Filipino must also move beyond treating as merely a ceremonial language or a subject in the curriculum. It can serve as a functional language for theory building, public scholarship, policy discussion, research dissemination, and national intellectual life. Regional languages carry forms of knowledge that may not be fully expressed through English or Filipino. They contain local histories, ecological wisdom, cultural meanings, social realities, and communication or community experiences. For state universities and colleges, this is particularly important. How can a university meaningfully conduct extension work if it cannot communicate in the language of the community it serves? How can research create social impact if its findings remain accessible only to academics. Therefore, we do not need to use one language. We need English for global access, Filipino for national knowledge and conversation, and regional languages for cultural knowledge and local engagement. Each has a distinct but complementary intellectual function. Next slide. So therefore, what then should a multilingual Filipino graduate be able to do? First, the graduate should be able to participate confidently in global academic and professional conversation through English. Second, the graduate should be capable of translating and explaining complex knowledge in Filipino or original language. Third, the graduate should be able to apply that knowledge meaningfully within Philippine communities. Imagine a public health professional who can read international medical research in English, explains its implications to local officials in Filipino, and communicate health practices to residents in Bicol. Imagine an engineer who can participate in an international conference and later discuss a community infrastructure project using the language of its needed beneficiaries. This is not reduced global competence. That is expanded communicative competence. Internationalization and multilingualism are not opposing goals. A graduate becomes truly globally competitive when global knowledge can be interpreted, localized, and used to improve the Filipino lives. The multilingual graduate is therefore both globally competitive and locally rooted. Next slide. So how can institutions move toward this vision? So I propose 5 agenda. First, we have to recognize multilingual pedagogy. Teachers should not be made to feel that using Filipino or regional language automatically signifies poor teaching. Second, we have to retain rigorous academic English development. That the English needed in nursing is different from that required in engineering, communication, business, or social sciences. Third, we have to develop local academic materials. Languages become academically powerful when institutions invest in their intellectual development. Fourth, we have to align instruction and assessment. We should ensure that examinations measure the intended competency. A test for scientific understanding should not unintentionally test only for a test of English proficiency. Fifth, reward multilingual scholarship. This agenda is not proposal to replace English. It is a call to construct a more responsive language ecology, one that develops English competence while mobilizing the full linguistic resources of our students, of our faculty, and our communities. And my last slide. So to conclude everything, the central question is not whether English, Filipino, or regional language should win. There is no winner. The real question here is whether Philippine higher education can build a system in which languages work together to make knowledge more rigorous, inclusive, accessible, and socially meaningful. English really connects us to the world. Filipino enables national conversation and strengthens our collaborative identity. Our regional languages connect universities to the histories, knowledge systems, and communities they are mandated to serve. The Philippines and Indonesia share a powerful reality. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nations united not by having only one language, but by learning to build national solidarity amid extraordinary linguistic diversity. Our many languages are not barriers to nationhood. They are repositories of identity, knowledge, memory, and belonging. A world-class university should not speak to the world by silencing the languages of its own people. It should speak globally, think nationally, and listen locally in all the languages through which people know, learn, and belong. So once again, the multilingual Filipino is not a problem that higher education must correct. The multilingual Filipino is a strength that higher education must cultivate. Terima kasih banyak atas perhatian Anda. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Diyos mabalos and maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Dr. Marlan Pantilas, for your engaging presentation. We learned that multilingualism should be viewed as a strength rather than a barrier. By embracing translanguaging and recognizing the value of English, Filipino, and regional languages, universities can promote greater inclusion, equity, and also global competence while remaining deeply connected to their local communities. Thank you once again for sharing your expertise, Dr. Marlon Pontilas. Now we come to our third and also final speaker. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Joanna Tanjin Ai from University Tunku Abdul Rahman, Malaysia. Good morning, Dr. Joanna. We look forward to your presentation.
Good morning. Good morning. You can hear me clearly, right, on your side?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
thank
it's
you.
clear.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Joanna, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ibu Maya. Okay, selamat pagi semua. Terima kasih atas peluang yang diberi untuk berucap hari ini sebagai keynote speaker. Thank you so much for the opportunity given to be the keynote speaker today. So allow me to congratulate the organizing committee. For the first IREAL ELT 2026 conference. It's truly wonderful to be here. I think my thanks go out to also the Dean of the Faculty, Dr. Pandu Prasodjo, and also Ibu Leo, which we have worked before, and of course all the other committee members who have been actively behind the scene, doing all the preparations. I'd like to thank my two other keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Mujiono. Okay, terima kasih. Okay, for your insightful talk, and also
Terima
Dr.
kasih
Marlon.
kembali.
Yeah, Dr. Marlon, thank you so much for talking about multilingualism, translanguaging. It's also a topic that I'm very interested in. Okay, selamat po. Okay, so moving on to my presentation today. It's called Beyond Prompting Critical Thought and Metacognition in Language Learning. So I'm attached to the Department of English Education, the Faculty of Education in University Tunku Abdul Rahman. So for the person doing the change of slide, so I'll just say next slide. So can we move to the next slide? Thank you. Iya, slide seterusnya. Terima kasih. Okay, not before we define critical thinking, can we go, okay, yes, from the student paradigm. Okay, there's if you look at the three circles, right, they connect, it's like this diagram that we see, right? So there's a little bit of skepticism, the methodological analyst, which is looking at a mental toolbox to dissect arguments and to determine effective statistical methods. So the focus is on context discernment and evidence evaluation, something that we teach our students in class as well. In terms of methodology, the skeptical challenger. So to be skeptical is not to always question everything, but to also be able to look for answers, actually, to answer the questions, but to be rigorous as well, in order to dissect complex problems and don't accept information at face value, which many of our students, unfortunately, are doing this. They just copy and paste whatever that they get online without actually going through, what is obtained. And at the end of the day, we also look at a reasoner who is disciplined. So to ensure that you use the best possible thinking that you are capable of in any situation, and that goes beyond academic, it's also in our everyday life where we read news, we listen to people, we watch news, and we know how to discern information, evaluate information. Then looking at things that are ambiguous, putting them together, does it paint a clear picture, okay, for you? Okay, so move on to the next slide. Okay, the next slide. Okay, looking at Gen AI in education. So this is popular. It's in fact one of the trending topics, in research. So if we look at the core paradox, right, you have two: accelerator and atrophy. So atrophy here means it's a waste. Okay, loss. So when we talk about atrophy, normally we will relate to physical, brain atrophy, muscle atrophy. Okay, but now we talk about the paradox here. The accelerator, if we look at personalized language practice, rapid theoretical scrutiny, and we get immediate linguistic feedback. So, everything is instant. Okay. And the other side that we look at, the atrophy, we have algorithmic echo chambers. Okay, the next one is super important because it talks about passive learning, which is superficial. And the last point, over reliance, okay, cognitive, and the word that is put there is profound, means it's deep. It's probably something bordering on serious that all of us, I think, as educators, we need to take note of. Okay, let's move on to the next slide where I will highlight, okay, the cognitive shadow. We trade capability for risk. Okay, now AI capability, we have natural language processing. I'm sure everyone understands NLP, and we get rapid literature synthesis. So, you put everything together, AI can synthesize everything for you. Okay, and you get automated data analytics. Okay, everything is instant. Complex textual analysis. So, summarizing documents now, you put it through any software, it can summarize for you, pick out the main points, yeah? And you have rapid output generation. I prompt, I get the output, I take the output. Now, what happens here is a cognitive shadow. You get algorithmic echo chambers where you get limited exposure to diverse perspectives or alternative viewpoints because you just take what is available without actually looking for other sources to evaluate against what you have generated. And you have misleading parameters, incorrect initial settings. Okay, sometimes prompts that you put in can lead to unquestioned or even conclusions that contain errors. But of course, if you are not aware of it, right, you will just take everything at face value. And you get hollow interpretations. Now, this is absolutely important, especially in academia. Okay, AI can highlight motives, but it misses the human touch to it. The irony, the humor, the emotional nuance. Now, this is all based on the articles that I found. And yes, after reading, synthesizing, yeah, I did use, yes, Gen AI to help me in this. But, the human here, me, would have to ensure that, okay, your sources, okay, what are we looking for? And how are they interpreted? Are they logically link? Do we see, a flow, a coherence? And, this is something that only I think humans can do. Okay, and you sometimes have data deluge where overwhelming volume hampers the extraction of meaningful insights. So sometimes too much of information, then you get overwhelmed. Then you lose sight, what is important, what do you need to find out, what do you need to know. So, at the end of the day, yes, it comes back to, yes, say me as a researcher, right? I need to know what is my focus. So from there, I design the focus and I make sure whatever that I find, it doesn't, go towards this cognitive shadow. Whereas, I'm looking at what AI can help me to achieve my goal. So it works together with me. Okay, so can we move on to the next slide, please? Thank you. Okay, now we look at the diagnostic matrix here. AI learner relationship, right? Now you have 3 rows there. Now the third row is highlighted in blue. But before we go there, right, let me talk about the first row where AI is seen as the assistant. Okay, what are some of the traits? Automation, literal translation, right? Okay, Google Translate, Grammarly, basic checks, or any other word editing tool. So what is the risk here? Offloading, cognitive offloading that is on the increase, and superficial learning. Because we sometimes just take what is given. It corrects. So we say, okay, so, it corrected it, this AI tool corrected it for me. So it must be it must be legit, right? So because it's AI. And the next one we look is something that teachers or even our academic sector or industry we're trying to do is to look at AI as a tutor here. So personalized explanation, adaptive pacing, answering queries to support the human, which is the teacher. Okay. Now, what is the risk here? Passive consumption of knowledge without critical fiction. Because, you know, when AI gives you something, right, you also just take the information. You don't discern, you don't evaluate. You think that, oh, okay, just like grammar checking, it must be correct. So I don't need to, you know, do a validation. So I'll just take. And it's very superficial because there's no critical thought behind it. Now, what we are aiming for here is to look at AI as a sparring partner. Okay, so AI as a sparring partner looks at it challenges assumptions, it forces defense of ideas, it demands iterative prompting. Okay, so we do qualitative research. We know there is iteration, right? So iteration means over and over and over again. So there's a lot of repetitions, a lot of cycles. So what it means here is prompting. Okay, many prompts, maybe different types of prompts. What do you get from there? So the reward that we get is the highest cognitive engagement and meta cognitive growth, which is something that we are looking out for in our students because they need to be thinkers at the end, not AI thinks for them or AI replaces them. Okay, so let's move on to the next slide. Okay, the next slide looks at, okay, next slide. Thank you. The strategy gap. How do students actually engage with AI? Okay. This is very interesting because you and I and everyone else here, probably the students are also listening in, right? How do you use AI? There's a very heavy reliance on AI to fix immediate problems. But sometimes we fail, okay? And this is taken from Ramli and his team of researchers 2026 to use strategies that support deep contextual understanding. So there is the issue of over-indexing, okay, completing assignments, translating text, fixing immediate errors, and we look at the severe gap where the evaluation of contextual meaning, annotation, authentic conversational practice doesn't take place. So, you know, it's I ask you this, I ask AI this, AI answers me. And that's it. The conversation is usually it's a question and answer sort of thing. So it's also a very one way. I ask, it answers, it gives me the answer that I need, and that's the end of conversation. So we stop learning actually. We stop learning because there's actually no need to learn. Some students will say there's no need to learn because AI has given me everything. And if AI gives me everything, therefore it must be correct. Now, that is a very, very wrong assumption. Okay, let's take a look at the next slide. Why do I say it's a wrong assumption? Because, you know, I talked about cognitive offloading, right? Now, according to Risco and Gilbert 2016, cognitive offloading is the use of physical action to reduce the mental demands of a task. Now, simply put, right? Okay, let's not look at AI first. We do cognitive offloading when we record on our phones. You know, we have Google Calendar, right? So we key in all our, you know, our schedule, our activities, our meetings inside our Google Calendar. Then we have, you know, certain things that offload. So we have usually checklists that we can also have AI to help us do. So right now, what happens here, if you take a look, right, there's an initial task that is given, an AI generation bypass going straight to the final output. So there is no cognitive struggle and synthesis here. That means I have given what I'm supposed to do here to AI. So AI helps me get the final output without that headache that I'm supposed to do up here. Okay, how to piece everything together. There are so many things that I need to look for. So, right, no, look at, look for, look into. So, you know, I do an cognitive offloading here. Now, heavy reliance, according to Marzuki and his team, 2023, bypasses internal knowledge synthesis. That's how it leads to emotionally and contextually hollow interpretations. So very, very superficial interpretations that sometimes even hold no meaning. That's why we need elaboration. And how does elaboration come up? It's only when you put what has AI generated with other sources that you have found. to, in the frame thing is like validation and check whether, okay, is it reliable what I found? So this is the thing that is missing, because at the end of the day, like I always say, it is us, who still have the upper hand over this. So there must still be the cognitive struggle and synthesis. So the danger, okay, of cognitive offloading, ladies and gentlemen. Now moving on to our next slide. The non-linear AI learning loop. Okay, I saw that. I saw there's a question, but hopefully I'll be able to answer it later. Okay, let's go back to this. The non-linear AI learning loop. Okay, linear is a straight line, right? Okay, so it's a straight line. It doesn't work that way. That's why it's called non-linear, because it goes, if you look at it, it's a circle. It goes from cognitive. You prompt the AI, you set the parameters, you generate the initial data. Then you look at the affective part, where you look at, okay, I evaluate it with a little bit of skepticism there. Sometimes I can be a little bit frustrated because it doesn't seem to be giving me the things that I need. And there's also the ethical reasoning to AI bias, because now if you're not careful, right, we can be misled by this bias that is generated from AI. That means it leads us to think that, okay, so this is what AI is generated. So yeah, actually, I don't think it this way, but because AI gave me this, right? So I'm more likely to follow what AI has given me. Now, your affective aspect there, right? It still needs to remain objective. Okay, is it correct? Is it true? Is it validated? Okay, then we go to metacognitive, reflecting on the gaps, refining the prompt, and interrogate AI further. So what else is there? Now, if we don't go to the metacognitive part, right, there is a gap, but we do not fill the gap. So that would actually goes back to the effective part, where we would trust AI 100%, which is not something that we want our students to do, or sometimes we ourselves also get caught up with this. So learning with AI is not a one-off transaction. It is a continuous loop of interrogation and refinement drawn from this empirical student data. So what you put in, right, you need to know what you are prompting. So if you don't know what you are prompting, right, or you're just trying your luck, luck runs out. So you do need to find out or focus what you are going to do, or where you are going, or what you are trying to look for. So this is something I go back. Humans still have the upper hand. Okay, now let's take a look at the next slide. I think the next slide is something to do, yes, with the metacognitive bridge. So we look at AI processing and we look at critical thought. So what bridges them together is actually the metacognitive regulation here. So this is to prevent cognitive offloading through active intervention. So if you look at the active engagement here, emotional responses dictate AI engagement. So of course, when we trust AI, right, or it builds the confidence in us. That means kind of it gives us a feel good feeling, like yeah, so I'm on the right track. But are we really on the right track? So sometimes when we are angry with AI, we that echo hallucinations, it motivates skepticism and ethical reasoning. So what I'm trying to say here is that although we trust AI, we still need to maintain a little bit of skepticism. Okay, and we need to have metacognitive regulation, where we need to take a step back, reflect on the output, articulate precise prompts, and regulate your own iterative learning process. So it's a repetition here, it's a cycle, that you go through over and over again. So we don't take things in the first thing that we see. So we need to go through, okay, read, understand. Does it make sense? If it doesn't make sense, okay, what doesn't make sense? And AI does not inherently build or destroy critical thinking. It is the student's metacognitive intervention that determines, okay, the outcome. Okay, so you will find that when students, your students use AI differently, right? The outcome is different. So sometimes it's good to maybe be a little bit observant also. What are your students using AI for? Okay, now next slide, please. Okay, my next slide is looking at, okay, a framework evolution from static to metacognitive. Now, everyone is familiar, right, with the triangle. It's on my left-hand side, okay, the traditional static framework. Bloom's taxonomy. Everybody knows, right? Bloom's taxonomy, right? Okay. Then I'm not saying Bloom's is no good. In fact, I myself, I like Bloom's taxonomy. But now with AI coming in, right, we are looking at AI era iterative framework where there are updates in the domains. So in cognitive now, we are looking at discovery, rapid synthesis, and validation. So we discover new things that we never thought of. Remember we asked AI, right? Sometimes AI will give us ideas that we never thought about. It's like, wow, this is like, wow, whiz bang, or it's like a eureka sort of thing. It's not even eureka by you, eureka by AI, but we think it like, oh yeah, this is something nice. So I probably discovered something new when I use this AI tool. And the thing is now, after you are happy with the discovery, right, you need to be able to do ethical reasoning. This thing that is generated, right, is it really good? Does it really help me? Is it really important? Is it necessary? Is it something that people will think that is, logical? So the affective part comes in. And there's a new dimension called the metacognitive domain for self-regulation, taking a step back, looking at things from another point of view. In fact, sometimes putting yourself as the outsider point of view to see that, okay, is this what I want? Does it go in the direction that I've set out to, or has it led me to something else which is totally off tangent? I don't know what to work on it. So this is something that the metacognition aspect or domain can bring in. Yeah. Okay. So next slide. Okay, rebuilding the taxonomy. So, okay, we talk about Bloom's right now. You look at the classic taxonomy. Remember the highest of the pyramid is create, Okay, after analyze and evaluate, you have creation, okay, or create. Now we look at the AI augmented taxonomy. So AI augmented, everything is made bigger, through augmentation. We look at remembering, becoming familiarizing. You understand, identify biases, okay, by AI instead of just memorizing the facts. And we learn how to conceptualize, okay, besides understanding, synthesizing all these AI-generated concepts rather than just explaining. So you're putting them together and using your own understanding to give a new picture to others who are listening to you. And you learn how to inquire, okay, active questioning, exploring, prompt engineering. And you have evaluation, which is also ethical reasoning to justify your decisions using AI insights while aggressively auditing for hallucination. So yeah, I know the word here is a bit strong. Hallucinate means something that's not there, but you think it's there. But really in AI, sometimes this can happen, it gives you an idea that, oh, I didn't think about it. But, in actual fact, was this idea ever even present when I thought about this in the first place? And the next one that I like to bring everyone's attention to is melioration, which is the new apex competency, the highest point. So, okay, we are not replacing the taxonomy. If people who are interested are asking, oh, so are we getting rid of this? No, no, no, no, no, no. We are not doing that. We are rebuilding the taxonomy by looking at how, okay, AI has caused these changes to the taxonomy. Because if we are just going like remembering and understand, right, AI is already doing this for us. So if we are just looking at, okay, I want to see whether my students remember and understand, unless you're doing an exam, which is a pen and paper based exam, right? If they are using AI tools, chances are they already remember, they already understand, because AI has already probably done the job for them. But what we want to do is a little bit on the higher order side. After they know all this, can they conceptualize? Can they ask questions? Can they evaluate? And later, okay, the next slide, we talk about melioration. Okay, let's go on to the next slide. Thank you. Next slide. Okay. Deep diving into the new metacognitive domain, we interrogate outputs, articulate prompts, iterative learning, practice that, melioration, and we do self-regulation, which is reflective. So, okay, this looks, okay, linear because it is a process. So we interrogate the outputs. We look at, okay, the prompts, okay, and refine the prompts based on the initial outputs. And we select and integrate optimal mix of tools for complex tasks. So we do a little bit of self-regulation at the end of the learning journey and our cognitive offloading. How much offloading did we do? Okay, did we depend on AI a little bit more than what we expected to. So maybe it's time to take a step back and look at, okay, what are some of the ideas that we initially had? In fact, that should be from the beginning. Whatever ideas that you have, you need to put them down first. So of course, when we look at the language classroom, right, when we do writing, there's this thing that we do is brainstorming. So usually we will get our students, okay, brainstorm first. Now, what is happening now? They are brainstorming by using AI to brainstorm for them. Okay, is this wrong? I suppose it is a start, but we need to know how to put a stop to it, because sometimes, we get too dependent on prompting AI that we forget that we need to have our own ideas as well. So here is the dilemma. How much of AI can I allow my students to use, especially when it comes to generating of ideas, synthesizing ideas? In fact, I say synthesize should be the student's work. AI can help you double check, but you need to do it first as the human, okay? Because you have complete control over your work. Why do you need AI to do it for you? I think that's like doing reverse engineering, okay? Okay, now let's move on to the next slide. Okay, the next slide would be the new Apex competency, melioration. Okay, now we look at, melioration is in the middle, right? The highly contextualized final product is at the end. So we have information, we have raw data, we have AI generated text. So that's the engine schematics here, melioration, the process that takes place before you get the final product. So it involves selection, integration, application of the appropriate amalgam of information and digital tools to solve complex tasks. So this is something that I think in our language classrooms, we are able to do this, especially when we talk about higher order thinking skills. We want them to do this. We want them to look at different sources, especially when we're talking about doing a final year project, even for postgraduate students, even doing their dissertation or their thesis. So application now, okay, we don't just create from scratch. At first, students are a bit puzzled when I say, okay, we don't create from scratch. So does it mean that we don't have any idea? I said, sometimes your ideas are there, but now what happens is you throw your ideas to AI. So AI would, come up with many different versions, how you should, conceptualize your idea or, make your idea clearer. So the modern student now, you act as an orchestrator, you curate the outputs and you inject your own emotional nuance, irony, humor, and you weave disparate methodologies into something that is cohesive, rigorous, audited, okay, in the conclusion that you come up with. That means you do need to also look at what is being generated, like what I was saying just now, what is being generated now, you need to know as well, not just taking it, I take it, copy and paste, and that's it, done. I don't question anymore. Although it looks good, but then again, do you understand what AI has generated? And the other important question is, do you want this in the beginning? Or was it just given to you because you entered a prompt and that's it? It's kind of something like that. And I would say that is sometimes we do it when really we are pressed for time. So that probably would explain sometimes the over dependence. Okay, but I could be wrong. Okay, our next slide. I'd like to share with you a little bit on the Dialogic AI Scaffolding Protocol. It's a 4-phase framework to transition AI from an answer provider to a thinking companion, taken from Valentini and Montreso 2025. So there are four steps here. First of all is the task assignment. Then you have question generation. You have execution and feedback. Then you have validation and reflection. So the comprehension, the independent setup, okay, the task assignment given to you, okay, that's as a student. Then you generate and refine your question before putting it to AI for the to obtain answers or responses. Now you execute a task. AI provides guided intervention. That means you ask AI, am I on the right track? If I'm doing this right, is this right? Do you have any suggestions, for example? Or I have this, can you tell me, is there anything that I've missed out? So you treating AI like a human, okay? And you do a little bit of validation and reflection at the end where you do better cognitive self-assessment and your prompt critique. So you critique your prompts, whether these prompts are good prompts. I know that sounds tough, right? Because it's, metacognition is actually thinking about thinking. So it's not just stopping at what I've thought about, but it's why I've thought about this, what are the processes that I went through. So it's another level, which sometimes I share this with my students, they just look at me weird. Like, why do I need to think about that? I say the process of reflection is important because it tells you what you have done, and it also sets you on this motion that maybe there are some things that you need to look into. So if you don't have that reflection there, right, you cannot have improvement. So sometimes it's good. In our everyday life, I'm sure if we practice mindfulness, self-reflection is also part of it. Yeah. Okay. So the next one, because I realize I'm not sure whether I still have enough time. So the next slide, we elevate the level of AI questioning. So unguided students will only reach level 3, which is to generally look at something or to define something. Level 2 is being specific. Level 3 is applied. But what we want dialogic scaffolding to do is to help us reach the integrative and critical engagement. So learners should be able to reach level 4 and 5 instead of just being happy with level 3, where I just ask AI, the usual thing, I ask AI this, AI gives me this, I'm happy. End of story, happy ending. No, we want students to move one step forward. Question. If you have this course called critical thinking or reading with critical thought, so this is actually one way you can put AI to come in to be with the students so that it's like a conversation, because sometimes the teachers won't be able to handle all the students at once. So maybe AI can be put in for reading lessons as well. Okay, next would be re-engineering our zone of proximal development. Now, I'm a huge fan of Vygotsky. So if you know Vygotsky, that PD is something that he came up with, and we talk about things like even scaffolding. So scaffolding is, if you look at the teacher's role, is bringing the students from what they know to what they don't know. So, probably for me, it's like building a bridge. But now we are looking at re-engineering this zone. If you take a look, right, the actual development zone is actually to enable learners to be autonomous. They can do things independently. And the potential expansion zone with the new ZBD here, if you have structured AI scaffolding, right, dialogic scaffolding, right, they can expand a little bit more from what they are able to do independently from the middle. So they can do more. So AI acts as a more capable partner to scaffold linguistic support, expand the learner's capabilities without doing the thinking for them. So who is in charge of this? Basically, students will ask me, so you present this, this ZPD, a new model. So how do you go about telling us, that means what? Do we not use AI? No, I never said you don't use AI. How do you use AI? I think that would be a better question to ask. What do you use AI for? How do you use AI? What is AI supposed to help you with? I think these are some questions that I usually will ask my students. And the one question that I ask, is AI doing the thinking for you? So only you can answer honestly. If AI is doing the thinking for you, then it is not expanding your capabilities. So this is something, if let's say we do a little bit of self-reflection, if we have been depending on AI too much, even in our learning our language, then it's a good time for us to take a step back and find out, is it really scaffolding us? Is it really helping us? Or is it making us being so reliant that without it, we are unable to function on our own as learners? Okay, next slide. So next slide, some empirical evidence. So we look at explicit critical thinking instruction, shift students from passive AI reliance to autonomous critical evaluation. Okay, this came from Haji Hassan Kansari and Gigan Liu Lu, 2025. So it's an experimental approach here that was done. So control group with passive AI use and experimental group with critical thinking integrated. So you find that if you have a high uncritical AI dependency, all these passive use, okay, it's very stagnant. That means they're okay, but it's stagnated, so it's the same level. But when you use integration of critical thinking, okay, with AI, strategically use autonomous evaluation, language proficiency went up, source evaluation, self-regulation saw an increase. Of course, this is one of the many studies that I've cited, but I'm sure there are many more. And if people start looking at this, right, this aspect that AI is able to help learners, language learners, to self-regulate, to evaluate sources, to also improve in their language proficiency. I'm sure we would look at AI not only as something to, help us, in our thinking, but also to be as a form of support, to be by our side when we do language learning. Okay, next slide. Some strategic imperatives for institutions. So in curriculum, integrate critical thinking into all AI tasks to build autonomy. So for assessments, evaluate the prompting strategy, query iteration, and reflection process. So it's not just the final output. Like, okay, normally we ask our students, right? Let's say write an essay. So, okay, the conventional method is to do many drafts, right? But because of time constraint, our students cannot write the drafts as many as we want them to. So sometimes what they do is, okay, you take it home. Maybe you can use, okay, AI to help you. But, the prompting strategy, what are the prompts that you put in? How do you look at, okay, the repetition of these prompts and your reflection after AI generates, okay, let's say these drafts that it comes out, okay, has it made any difference to your writing? Like, has it run from your original train of thought? So all these things are recorded and actually handed in to the instructor to evaluate as well. Okay, and awareness. Now, don't be afraid of cognitive risk or algorithmic bias, hallucinations, echo chambers. Talk about them openly in class, because these are things that I think all of us now, currently, when Gen AI is so popular, is being used widely, we need to address all of this explicitly. It means we don't talk about it in hushed tones and we're like, okay, if it's not there, we just sweep it under the carpet or we pretend it doesn't exist. No, it doesn't work that way. Talk about them openly in class. Look at scaffolding, mandate validation, and reflection phases for all AI-assisted assignments. So if you're looking at, for example, if you ask them to do article review, of course, sometimes they use AI to help them summarize, okay, the articles. Okay, after the summary is done, they need to also reflect on the summary. Now, reflections cannot be written by AI. If you have like students going out for practicum, okay, teaching practice, they need to write reflections after every lesson. I tell my students, do not use AI because it should come from you, because you were the teacher who did the lesson. You need to write the reflection on your own. So of course, some students are a little bit, they get a bit apprehensive about their own writing. They say, no, the more you write, actually, the better you become. And one day you realize that it's not so bad after all, to be reflective about your own teaching. So that's for me, from my experience. And even for my own assignments, I do ask them to declare AI use, ask them to put down the prompts that they use, and what were the prompts used for. So from there, I can see what trains of thoughts. I'm using plural here. Trains, not even a train of thought. Different types of trains. How do they work their thinking? So maybe it's something that I feel also very fascinating. So yeah, so it's a bit of my experience here. Okay, my next slide would look at the end of the day, we want to hopefully come up with a AI resilient learner framework where our learners, they are autonomous, they understand AI. So AI literacy is something that we can also look into to understand AI mechanisms, the probabilistic biases, the limitations that AI have, and be aware of them, that AI is not a know-all. It is not the only thing that matters. At the end of the day, it's actually here, your brain. Okay, need to have metacognitive regulation to apply deliberate pauses, cues, reflect to prevent cognitive offloading, and ethical amelioration to be responsible, when it comes to selecting, interrogating, integrating AI outputs with human insight and an original thought. So the original thought comes from all of us, whether we are teachers, we are students, or even in our everyday life, what are we looking for? Where do we want to go and source for something? What do we want to talk about? All these things must come from you first. before you use AI to help you come up with the sources or even going through search engines. So I always tell my students, you can have GPS, okay, like Waze, like Google Maps, right? But if you do not know where you want to go, right, you are just as good as, exploring without a purpose. So it's good to explore. But if you want to continuously explore without looking at where we want to go, right, then it's no use. Or if we are just picking things from AI, because they look nice, they kind of fit together, but I'm not sure what is my purpose, then we are not being also very reflective on that. Okay. Next slide would be my references. So I have 2 slides on this. And the next slide is another slide on references. And I think I'm moving on to my second last slide. So I've taken from these references and came up with something that was very, actually I had this idea, but somehow under Notebook LM, it came up with something that I think it resonates with what I believe in, that, prompt engineering, we move from that to cognitive engineering. Language education is not so much of producing the right words, the correct sentences, the grammatically sound ideas or even sentences, phrases. But what matters here is the critical mind directing AI. So like I've said from the beginning, it is the learner, it is the human that decides on the direction. AI helps you to get there. So this is something that I firmly believe in. And I hope today when I talk about this, maybe there will be some questions. I hope I'm able to answer them. But, this is something that is also very personal to me because I realized that with Gen AI coming in, I'm also very afraid. Where are we at with our critical thinking skills? So where are we at when we have students in university? What are we producing? Graduates who are able to think on their own, or do they offload cognitively so much on AI that if we do not have this anymore, okay, what's going to happen to them, or what's going to happen to us in general? Yeah. Okay. I think my next slide is probably the last slide, I think. Yeah, so thank you so much for your attention. Terima kasih sebab memberi perhatian kepada ucapan saya. And if you're interested in working on critical thinking skills, metacognition, my email is there. So once again, thank you to the organizing committee for this opportunity. Thank you to everyone who has been paying attention to me, I hope. And yes, terima kasih sekali lagi. So back to you, Madam Moderator. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jonah, for the insightful presentation. Today's session highlighted that AI is more effective when it supports, not replaces, critical thinking and metacognition. Yeah, Dr. Jonah, your presentation reminded us that by using AI to fully, students can become more reflective, independent, and responsible language learner. We sincerely appreciate your contribution, Dr. Jonah, for this session. Thank you also to all our distinguished speakers. We have heard 3 inspiring presentations, each offering unique perspective and valuable insights. Together, they have enriched our understanding of today's theme and provided us with many ideas to reflect upon. We will now open the floor for Q&A session. If you would like to ask question, please use the raise hand feature or type your question in the chat box. When I call your name, kindly unmute your microphone and then introduce yourself briefly and ask your questions. Please also mention which speaker your questions is directed to. Okay, so Hilarius Raditya, you may ask your question.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity to ask. I would like to ask to maybe Dr. Mujiono to and Dr. Jonathan. It's related to the use of AI. As I remember, the use of AI is really massive. I also remember the document of the encyclical letter. It's related to the use of AI from the Pope Leo. As a policymaker later on, and also the classroom manager, what is the best practice then for us to regulate the use of AI formally in our own institution, and how to really maximize the ability to think critically, and how to validate after we train them to think critically, and how then us as the educator to validate the process, and how to judge them what is it equally based on their performance in the language and also the use of the AI. That's
Okay.
all. Thank you.
I will take the question. Well, that's a lot. Hilarious. There's like a lot of there are many questions in that one question that you have. Okay, I'll try to answer it based on my experience. Okay, when it talks about validation, right? I suppose if you are looking at an assignment that you give, right? I started off with giving declaration sheets because I noticed in other universities we ask our students to declare. In fact, for journal publications, we are also being asked to declare the use of AI. So of course, for students, what I usually do is a very open conversation. Like my questions to be them, okay, what do you use AI for? And some of them are very straightforward. They're very frank. I use AI to summarize my articles. I use AI to give me ideas. I use AI to write my speech outline for public speaking. So I say, okay, let's take a look at all these prompts that you put there. Okay, let's take a step back and let's look at these prompts. Okay, how much has it helped you? Like you ask AI to write a speech outline for you. So, how much has it helped you? Like, has it really given you something that you want? And students, those who are really hardworking, I realized that they say, actually, AI gave me some things that I didn't really want, but it set me on a direction that maybe I could consider taking, but it's not something that I want. So at the end, I still have my own ideas because I brainstorm about them first. I wanted AI to see whether I was on the right track now. So that's a different approach compared to some students who say, I have no idea. So I just ask AI to give me something. So I said, okay, so my next question is, so how good is AI's idea compared to, you say you had no idea. Some students who are actually very frank and very honest, they say, what AI gave me is good enough. So I'm happy. And as lecturers, sometimes, or even in our everyday life, it's just like when we read a news, is it something that is true? Because it came from some a reputable website. So therefore, it must be true, but it may not be true. So I teach students the further step. You look for other sources to validate. So I'm sorry it has to have a bit of work because you cannot just believe in one. So even for writing, sometimes it's good to incorporate things like, okay, you're writing one essay, but it's good to refer to other sources that might give you points instead of just basically just asking AI to give you points. AI gives you points, but it doesn't give you elaboration. So you need citations. So yeah, I become a little bit more skeptical on the use because sometimes I realize I tried it out myself. I can also be very reliant. I do a lot of cognitive offloading as you because it's very easy to get caught in that. So we ourselves as educators, we need to be mindful. What are our own AI practices? So this is something that I hope maybe that will give you some idea, but I'm happy to have a further discussion with you on this, maybe looking at something more standardized, because if you're talking about policies, it has to also look at the university's take on this. How does the university look at the AI use? And I think for many universities, the struggle is the same because we cannot stop the use of AI, but we can regulate. So when we regulate, we give percentage. How much of AI usage have you done? Is it a 20%, 10%, 20, 30%, and more than 40%, there's a deduction of marks. So it makes for some, there's a mixed reaction. Some staff would say it's a lot of work. We need to run it through, turn it in to check. We need to ask the students to rewrite. We don't have enough time. So I suppose this is something that's very real, that's happening. And at the moment, I'm sorry, we don't really have an answer for that. But we are hoping that in time to come, something more regulated can come up. So maybe because your question was also put to Prof. Mujiano. So I'll pass the floor
Okay.
to him. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think these are valuable questions here related to the AI and the best practice using AI in academic work like this. So, what is the best practice for using artificial intelligence or AI in academic work? Yeah, in academic work like this. So, before answering or to give this kind of the argument, let me check my sound here. It is clear.
Yes. Yes, Prof.
Okay, yeah. So AI should not replace, I think, the intellectual contribution of the student. So teachers or the researcher, for example, lecturers. Yeah. So uh, instead, it can be used to spot the several stage of academic work, yeah, such as brainstorming idea, identifying possible research topic or interesting research topic, and then organizing argument, improving language, yeah, clarity, and then generating preliminary outline, for instance, your essay, and providing formative feedback. So the users, hears, lecturers, or the student must critically evaluate all information, yeah, produced by AI. All generated responses may contain, yeah, inaccurate information, fabricated references, yeah, and then outdated data or misleading interpretations. Yeah? So therefore, every claim, citation, yeah, and then statistical explanation and theoretical argument generated by AI should be verified using reliable academic source, yeah, such as a peer-reviewed journal article, then scholarly books, yeah, official report, yeah, and what I'm calling here trusted database. Yeah? So academic users should never assume that AI generated content is automatically correct. Okay, this is the first. So what are the second here? AI should be used transparently, yeah, and ethically. Students or university students, yeah, here and the researchers, lecturers, yeah, need to follow the policies established by their, I think, universities, yeah, journal, then supervisors and professional organizations. So when disclosure, yeah, is required, the user should clearly explain how AI was used. For instance, for language editing, idea generation, yeah, and then what I'm calling it, translation coding, yeah, coding spot, I mean, and then preliminary data, yeah, and interpretation, yeah, preliminary data interpretation. So transparency is important, yeah, because it protect, yeah, transparency, protect academic integrity, yeah, and help distinguish the contribution, yeah, of the researchers, of the lecturers, yeah, from the assistant provided by AI, yeah, such as what I have just now called that AI is not everything, but AI is one of the assistant, yeah, as the pedagogical partners. Okay, so the next, I think the users of the AI, yeah, here, university student or lecturer must avoid plagiarism and academic misconduct. Yeah, AI, what is the user must avoid what I'm calling here AI writing. Yeah, so we don't rely on AI to write, yeah, or to make a letter or to make the article, I think research article and so on and so on. Yeah, but we have to what is notice and we have to follow the ethic of the using AI like this. And then AI may assist, yeah, in improving their presentation of ideas, yeah, or providing the argument, but the users of AI, yeah, in this case, the researchers, the university student, or the lecturers remain responsible, yeah, for the originality, accuracy, and also intellectual quality of the work like this. So the last, yeah, the confidential and sensitive information should not be entered, yeah, into a public AI system, yeah. So here, researchers or what is the users of AI should avoid uploading, yeah, unpublished manuscript, then personal participation data, and then examination material, installation document, yeah, and then identifiable, yeah, students' information or confidential research result, yeah, unless the platform has what I'm calling here appropriate data, yeah, appropriate data protection, yeah, and so on and so on like this. So I think AI should be used to strengthen rather than awaken critical thinking. The user should compare AI generated, yeah, suggestion with the alternative perspective, yeah, for instance, empirical evidence and also established theories. I think this all of my answer from this question. Thank you very much.
There's not enough for the resources. Maybe because time is almost up. For questions, for question, Chef, you may ask your question.
Okay, good. Can you hear my voice clearly, Miss Maya?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning for distinguished speakers. Thank you all the presenter for your insightful and inspiring presentations. I would like to direct my question to Dr. Marlon. Considering that Indonesia is also a multilingual country where English is taught as a foreign language, which aspect of the Philippine multilingual university model do you think could be effectively adapted to the Indonesian higher education context? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miss Tasha, for that question. Well, I think a lot of universities, because in the Philippines, we have private higher education institutions and we also have state universities and colleges. So these are the government institutions in the higher education. Well, the question is what university can you can model? So I can say a lot of university, but um, right now I can see that the university that is mostly have a very good practices when it comes to multilingualism, like with regard to establishing the national language and English and everything. I think you can benchmark at the University of the Philippines. So University of the Philippines is our premium uh state university in the Philippines. This is actually the ranked first university in the Philippines. They have established language policy, if I'm not mistaken. Um, I think most of the studies about language ecology are actually initiated by the University of the Philippines Language Department. So you may benchmark to this university, our premier state university in the Philippines. Because yeah, if even my friends who are graduates from UP, you can actually talk to them in English and they can fluently speak in English. But whenever you speak to them in Tagalog or in Philippine languages, they can really speak very confidently and fluently. And when I ask them why are you so good when it comes to these languages, because for them they did not really it doesn't matter to them if they're speaking English or whatever. It depends on what language they should communicate in a specific situation or context. If it's a paper conference, of course they have to speak English, but if it's a normal conversation with fellow Filipinos, then they have to speak Tagalog or their Philippine regional languages. So most of my friends from the University of the Philippines are really good multilingual speakers, I must say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Marlon, for your insightful response. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, we are unable to address all questions in the chat. Thank you once again to our distinguished speakers and to all participants for your active participation. Now, I would like to invite our Master of Ceremonies to continue with the next session.
Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the conclusion of plenary session 1 of the first IREL ELT 2026. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to our distinguished keynote speakers for the insightful presentation, valuable perspectives, and knowledge shared with us this morning. Our sincere gratitude goes to Professor Dr. Mujiono MPD from Universitas PGRI Kanjuruhan Malang, Indonesia, Dr. Marlon S. Pontilas from Cameron Sur Polytechnic College, Philippines, and Dr. Joanna Tan Chin Ai from University Tunku Abdul Rahman, Malaysia. We would also like to extend our sincere appreciation to our moderator, Ms. Maya Marasefani, SPD, MPD, for wonderfully leading and facilitating today's plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, as a token of our appreciation, we would now like to proceed with the presentation of certificates of appreciation to our distinguished keynote speakers.
Thank you.
Okay, for Professor Mujiono, thank you so much, Prof, for sharing insightful knowledge to us here, especially in the first IREL 2026. Thank you so much, Prof. Mujiono.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pandu, for providing this certificate for me. Hopefully, we provided valuable insight for developing this intention and developing about the English in a global era, I think, by the development of artificial intelligence. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much.
Most welcome, Professor. Thank you so much. The next certificate goes to Dr. Marlon S. Pontilas. Thank you so much, Dr. Marlon, for your time here in IREL 2026, sharing your knowledge, sharing your experience with us here. It was a very insightful talking about the multilingualism in higher education in Philippines. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you very much, sir and madam. Thank you for this opportunity. It's really a great opportunity to share our experiences with regard to the Philippine multilingual landscape. I hope you learned something in my talk, and I hope we could also apply this to our respective universities. Thank you very much. Terima
For
kasih.
sure, Doctor. Thank you so much. And the last certificate goes to Dr. Joanna Tan Chin Ai. Thank you, Dr. Joanna, for your coming here, sharing your knowledge, insightful experience, and wonderful presentation. Thank you so much once again, Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. And I think congratulations to the team behind this. I look forward to further collaborations and to my two other keynote speakers. I really enjoyed the talks, and I hope that further discussions can be held as well. So once again, okay, a job well done, excellent, and thank you so much for the opportunity again.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Seta. We are also enjoying your talk here. Well, the next certificate goes to Miss Maya Marsevani. Thank you so much, Miss Maya, for leading the first session or panel session. So the session was very rich with information, insightful, and I believe that all of the participants get a wonderful and fruitful information and knowledge. Thank you so much, Miss Maya Marsevani.
Thank you so much also, Sir Pandu, and also all the committee for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Pandu Prasojo. And once again, our deepest appreciation to all our distinguished keynote speakers for being part of the first iReal ELT 2026 and for making this morning plenary session truly meaningful and enriching. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in giving our keynote speakers and moderator a warm round of virtual applause. Thank you very much. This officially concludes plenary session 1.
Thank you, everyone.
Muji.
Thank you,
Thank you,
everyone. Hope to see you all
Thank
soon.
you,
Bye-bye,
Dr.
everyone. Happy
Maria.
lunchtime.
Yeah.
Everyone, okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Looking
you,
forward for the next
Mr.
collaboration.
Pandu.
Dr.
Thank
Mujiono,
you.
Dr. Marlon,
Hopefully we
Dr.
continue
Joanna.
our collaboration.
Sure,
Thank
Prof.
you. Yeah, okay. Let me first, Dr. Pandu. Yeah. Thank
Yes,
you.
Prof. Thank you, Prof.
Ladies and gentlemen, the conference will continue with parallel paper presentation session at 10:35 WIB. Before joining the parallel paper sessions, we kindly ask all presenters to rename their Zoom display names using the following format: room number underscore school name underscore institution. For example, room 1 underscore John Smith underscore Universitas Internasional Batam. This format will help our organizing committee, room coordinators, reviewers, and session chairs identify each presenter more easily and ensure that all parallel sessions run smoothly and according to schedule. Please make sure that you join the correct breakout room based on the room allocation provided by the committee. We kindly encourage all presenters to be ready in their respective rooms for their session begin. Thank you very much for your kind attention and cooperation. We wish all presenters the very best for your presentations and hope you have a productive and engaging discussion. See you at the parallel paper presentation session. Thank you. Bukan Media Center bisa masuk ke rumah mana saja yang ingin masing-masing.
Dengan YouTube Premium, nikmati video bebas iklan plus aplikasi YouTube Music. Satu langganan, dua aplikasi. Coba 1 bulan gratis.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the first International Research and Engagement in Applied Linguistics and English Language Teaching, IREAL ELT 2026. We will now proceed to plenary session 2. It is our great honor and pleasure to welcome our distinguished speakers for this afternoon's plenary session. Please allow me to introduce our speakers. First is Professor Dr. Ali Gunes from Bolu Abant İzzet Baysal University, Turkey. Second is Association Professor Dr. Pipit Rahayu, MPD from Universitas Pasir Pangarayan, Indonesia. And Dr. Pandu Prasojo, SPD, MPD from Universitas Internasional Batam, Indonesia. Good afternoon, professors and distinguished speakers. On behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our warmest welcome and sincere appreciation for joining us at the first IREAL ELT 2026. We are truly honored to have you with us today, and we look forward to insightful presentation, meaningful discussions, and valuable perspectives from each of our distinguished speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, to lead plenary session 2, it is my pleasure to introduce our moderator, Ms. Desti Febria, SPD, MTESOL. Following the presentations, we will continue with a question and answer session where participants will have the opportunity to engage with our distinguished speakers and discuss the ideas presented during the session. Without further ado, may I now invite Ms. Desti Febria, SPD, MTESOL, to take over and lead plenary session 2. Ms. Desti, the screen is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Zairin. Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Professor Ali Gunes. Good afternoon, Associate Professor Pipit Rahayu.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, also, Dr. Pandu Prasojo. So welcome to the first International Research and Engagement in Applied Linguistics and English Language Teaching, IREAL ELT 2026. My name is Desti, and it is my pleasure to be a moderator for this afternoon. Before we begin, I would like to ensure that everyone can hear me clearly. If you can hear me, my voice, please type yes. Actually, I want to check also the participant attendance here. So yes. Okay, thank you. All right. A few reminders before we begin. I kindly keep your microphone muted throughout the presentations. Please turn on your camera if your internet connection allows. And if you have a question for the speakers, please type them in the Zoom chat or use the raise hand feature. We will address them during the Q&A session. This session is being recorded for the commentation purpose. Now, without further ado, let's begin our keynote sessions. This afternoon, we are honored to welcome three distinguished keynote speakers from Turkey and Indonesia. Their presentation will provide valuable perspective on current development and innovation in English language teaching and applied linguistics. We sincerely appreciate their willingness to share their expertise with us today. So I will introduce to you about the CV of our keynote speakers. Okay, the fourth actually, our keynote speaker is Professor Dr. Ali Gunes. He is currently a rector at the University of New York, Tirani, Albania. Bolu Aben is at Başkent University, Turkey. He will present about the prompt engineering as an emerging English literacy skill, integrating AI communication into ELT. He finished his doctoral degree in Liverpool John Morris University, Modern English Literature, and then Master of Art in the University, Modern English Literature, and then Bachelor of Arts in Hacettepe University, Department of English Language and Literature in Ankara, Turkey. So he is currently as rector in the University of New York, Tirani, Albania. And the previous, he also was the chair of Bolu Aben is at Başkent University, Faculty of Science and Letters, Department of English Language and Literature. And he was also Dean, Faculty of Communication, Ankara Medipol University, and he was director in a School of Foreign Languages, Ankara Medipol University, and then the last one, Director Graduate Education Institute, Istanbul, Sahabatin, Zaim University. This is about the recent publications about in the academic journals. It is like, as you can see here from the screens, there are a lot of see about the articles, yes, publications, in symbolism in Virginia Walls to the Lighthouse, and also there is a lot of publications, yes, about the books. So we move on to the next fifth speakers. Associate Professor Dr. Pipit Rahayu MPD. So he is the Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education in Universitas Pasir Pangarayan, Indonesia. So he will share about the innovative public speaking assessment, the PIPE model with sandwich feedback approach. He finished. Yes, currently took the doctoral degree in Universitas Negeri Padang. The same with her previous master in Master of Education in English Language Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, and then Bachelor Education English Language Education, Universitas Riau. So he is currently work as a dean in Faculty of Teacher and Training and Education, Universitas Pasir Pangarayan, Indonesia. Associate Professor English Department, Universitas Pasir Pangarayan, Head of the English Education Study Program. She also active in several associations, yes, and also been invited in a lot of the seminars, yeah, as a speakers, as a keynote speakers also. We move on to the article about recent publications. Yes, so Institute also active in several published article. Yes, here NFL studies students' perspective on integrating Duolingo into oral communication activities, and also a lot of publication in the international journal and also national journal. We move on to the last speakers. Our Dean, Universitas Internasional Batang, Dr. Pandu Prasojo, SPD MPD. He will present about beyond AI system, rethinking vocabulary learning, lexical appropriateness, and EFL writing in the global ELT era. So he finished his doctoral degree in Universitas Negeri Malang, and then master and undergraduate in English Language Education in Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Work experience, currently he worked as Dean Faculty of Education in Universitas Internasional Batam, and then Head of Language Laboratory, Yayasan Pembangunan Jaya, Secondary School English Teacher, Yayasan Pembangunan Jaya. So, yeah, that's all about the CV from our keynote speaker. So we move on to our first session. Yes, in this afternoon, let's invite and then please welcome our Professor Dr. Ali Gunes. Are you
Okay,
ready,
thank you.
Professor?
Yes, thank you very much. Am I going to share my presentation or will you help me?
Okay, I will help you. You already sent the
But
okay.
who is going
Yes,
going
this is
to
one.
who is going to control the
The committee actually, sir. Yes, the
sorry?
committee. The committee.
committee.
Yes. Yeah. They already stand by in the screens. Yes.
If I control my presentation, it would be nice if you don't mind.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, I will share my presentation.
Oh yeah, that's fine. If you want to share it, that's
Okay,
totally fine.
I will do it, because as an old man, where is my PowerPoint? Unknown.
No worries. Please take your time. We will proceed once your screen is ready.
Cancel. Okay. I share. Where is the screen? Okay. Desktop. Windows applications. I cannot see, in this Zoom application. But anyway, I don't want to take much of your time. So, hold on. What about
Okay.
in this Zoom application? I cannot see
Okay.
my.
Actually, our committee is ready to share your PPT, sir.
Okay,
If you
it would be.
if you don't
Okay.
mind. Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
no problem, no problem.
Okay. We will share it, and you just say next or yes. Okay.
Yeah, no problem, no problem.
It is already visible from your screen.
It's okay. It's
Okay.
okay.
Okay.
It's okay. So how can I? This is. Okay, now it's okay.
Okay.
Okay, first of all, good afternoon to Indonesia and good morning from Turkey. It is still 10 o'clock early in the morning on Thursday. I would like to thank Professor Leal for inviting me to this prestigious, the conference to deliver a speech. So although it was a little bit late for me to learn the topic, my subject, but it's okay. But at the end of the day, we in academia today are using generative, intelligence, artificial intelligence, and one way or another, all of us are familiar with the system. So therefore, I'm very happy to be with you today, and then to share my experience, my knowledge related to prompt engineering, which I often use in my research, particularly in literature. Okay, so how can I move down? Okay, so dear colleagues and researchers, I'm very happy to meet you from, as I see, the speakers, the keynote speakers are from Indonesia. This is the first time that I'm going to deliver a lecture online, in the context of Indonesia. I'm very happy. And I used to have a master student in the past from Indonesia. And then, so therefore, I'm a little bit familiar with with Indonesia. So the title of my topic is the prompt engineering as an emerging English literacy skill. integrating AI communication into ELT, as I have seen the colleagues who are going to present their papers or their presentation after me are coming from ELT background. And then I'm sure that they know much better than me how to integrate AI into ELT classrooms. But I will do my best to share my, my experience, my knowledge, because in literature, we often use AI today. Everyone is using, but how to use AI, when get into the research to get a proper, clear, professional output is very important. So therefore, I think what we are doing in ELT is helping us what we are doing in literature. This is what I do, because you are teaching, you are training the us individuals how to develop prompt engineering to get the best possible result out of your research. Okay, next. So we live in July 2026. When we go back to 4 or 5 years, when the AI generative intelligence started exploding and spreading at a disease space, I do remember that we were talking about, what is AI, how we are going to implement into education, how we are going to use it, is it going to be a kind of plagiarism, to get information out of AI. And, we were talking about this. But at the same time, we were in panic, because in academia, plagiarism is one of the main offense that the researchers and academic face, because it's not allowed to take someone's ideas and show it as your own, the idea. So it is. So we panicked. What will happen? But at the same time, we had the curiosity, because when someone is banned, when someone is, is blocked, it immediately causes the curiosity. What will happen? As researchers and academic, if we do not have curiosity, we cannot go ahead in academic life. So therefore, I do remember that in the corridors, in the classrooms, and in the teachers' room, we were asking ourselves the questions: what is incredible technology? Because people like me, I'm not an engineer. I'm a man of letters. I studied literature. I'm really bad at technology. So I was asking question: how am I going to use, as an old man, as an old professor? So am I going to be able to use the technology? How do we prevent our students from cheating? It was one of the main obstacles that we faced. While I was working for International University of Sarajevo in Turkey, and then we had many students, face the disciplinary action, because the professors used to bring the case to the committee, saying that, oh, student cheated on the exam. And then so we were asking ourselves the question: how do we prevent our students from cheating? Probably you might have asked the same questions in your department, in your field, and so. And how do we protect the integrity of the essay? How are we going to do that? For example, the students, they're writing essays, and then how are we going to, assess whether it was written by AI or, or taken from someone else, and how are we going to, assess the essay? Is there any mechanism that will help professors to assess the integrity, quality, originality of the essay written by students? Is the traditional English classroom obsolete? For example, today, we are using Grammarly, we are using many other, AI platforms to check the grammar, to learn the English, and so forth. although my field is literature, but at the same time, we are also checking the English proficiency of the students in the class, because they're writing essays. Since the English is not their native language, so we are checking their English. So how are they going to correct their English, improve their grammar, vocabulary, spelling, and so on and so forth. And will AI replace the role of teachers? Even today, it is one of the discussion points in academia. Will AI replace the role of the teachers? I mean, will AI be able to teach English or interpret the literature, literary text, and so on and so forth? I'm sure that those colleagues who are present here might have confronted such questions. It is not related to a particular country, but it is a widespread, worldwide, concern. Next, please. So today it seems that dust has settled a little bit. I mean, we are all using ChatGPT. We are all using LLMS, platforms, Copilot, Gemini, and the Jenny, and so many things. Panics and curiosity have been replaced by much more nuanced, pragmatic reality in education and other fields. It means that today I'm checking what highly advanced, prestigious universities are doing concerning the ChatGPT. And for example, in USA, some universities allow the use of ChatGPT even in the exam. Then the universities are using, to subscribe to the AI, generative AI platforms, and then students and the professor are using. So how it is realistic, how it is relevant in academia, it is another question. Across the world, it has been realized that trying to ban AI in the English classroom is as futile and counterproductive as trying to ban the calculator in mathematics classes or the internet in a research method course. For example, I'm subscribed to Grammarly. I'm also subscribed to one of the generative AI platforms. What I do, because since I am not an native English speaker, I check the grammar. Spelling. We are all doing spelling mistakes. I check the grammar, and then, to be honest with you, while checking through Grammarly the sentence suggestions, recommendations, spellings, and so forth, next time I feel that I'm trying to write the correct ones. So it is helping me, improve my sentence structures. It is improving my, the spelling mistakes, find the synonyms, antonyms of the certain word. Sometimes I'm unable to think about the proper word that would, represent the context of the sentence or the paper. So it is helping me. So therefore, today we cannot ban generative AI platforms completely in the classroom and in academia. But I will explain, later on how we are going to use it. Next, please. Today, although I'm not an engineer, and to be honest with you, as I said, I'm really bad at technology. I'm talking about generative artificial intelligence and its usage. I'm in front of you and then trying to share my knowledge and my experience concerning the generative artificial intelligence. And then, so I'm not going to talk about, AI as a mere tool for efficiency. Here I will propose a paradigm shift in how we define our core subjects. So that thus the lecture focuses on the idea that prompt engineering is no longer just a technical skill for computer scientists. It's an emerging fundamental English literacy skill that we need to use in ILT, literature classrooms, and so forth. Even not only in the ELT literature classrooms, even in other sectors, for example, other sectors, business, engineering, when you write the reports and so forth. In so many places, it is possible to use generative AI platform if we know how to give correct input into the system. Next, please. In addition, I will argue that integrating AI communication to English language teaching does not water down our focus on grammar, vocabulary, and the pragmatics. Because as as English teachers, our students, of course, they have to learn the grammar, vocabulary, and pragmatics. But at the end of the day, so the responsibility of teachers never ends. And then the human involvement, as far as I understand, never comes to an end. Grammar, vocabulary, and pragmatics. Rather, it requires a higher, more rigorous application of these linguistic principles. For example, sometimes what I do in my literature research is that I say, okay, write, I give the text and tell the AI platform or the generative AI that, okay, make this, the text more sophisticated, more academic, more rigorous for the audience who are expert in the field. And then it gives you a further advanced, writing of the text. So then I read the text, how the AI structured the text, what kind of grammar, what kind of vocabulary, what kind of, the tone it put into the text. It makes the text rigorous. Pragmatics, for example, I also give the instruction to the AI saying that, okay, this text will be addressed to those people who are coming from highly advanced, let us say, literature background. So then you give the hint about the background to the system. When a student interacts with large language models, LLM, they are engaging in a pure native act of written communication. For example, they say, okay, what about give me the population of Indonesia, or give me the population of Turkey, for example. So then you get the pure information. Or say that, okay, write me a short paragraph about the languages spoken in Turkey, for example. Very simple, very simple. There is no facial expression to rely on, no tone of voice to carry the meaning. Because when you say, just give me the list of the languages spoken in Turkey, based on the regions and so on and so forth, nothing. There is only text. And the quality of the output is entirely dependent on the linguistic precision of the input. So when you say the list of the languages, list of the universities established in different regions, or spoken in different regions, you get just the linguistic aspect. Next, please. So I don't know how much time I have, Professor Desti.
You have 20 minutes left, actually, there.
20 minutes left. Okay,
Yeah.
now it is 10 here. Okay, 20 minutes. I'll do my best to finish in time. So next, please. So in order to understand why prompt engineering is an English literacy skill, we must first redefine what literacy means. We are talking about literacy. What does literacy mean? we are talking about digital literacy. We are talking about, computer literacy, media literacy, and so forth. So let us proceed. Traditionally, ELT has focused on 4 microskills, as we all know, reading, listening, writing, and speaking. We assess the student's ability to comprehend a text and produce a text by using these skills. But prompt engineering introduces a 5th hybrid skill, human-machine discourse competence. So what happens, you make the generative AI or assign the role of a human being and ask the questions this time. And then there is, generative AI and human being conversation start. So what happens, generative, prompt engineering through the prompt engineering, generative AI takes the position of an expert, position of professor, position of teacher, and then you ask the question. Next, please. Literacy, as we all know, the quality of being literate, specifically the ability to read and to write. To read and write. For UNESCO, it's a lifelong continuum of learning, proficiency in reading, writing, using numbers, allowing a person to communicate and understand the world. So in this, it is a little bit further advanced level of literacy, or it includes speaking, listening, communicating effectively to make sense of the world. I mean, then we use the critical thinking, critical analytical thinking to make the sense of the world out of what we are reading. Otherwise, our reading has no meaning at all. Having skills or the knowledge in specific fields such as computer literacy or financial literacy. I mean, to read, when you say computer literacy, the computer has its own language, vocabulary, jargon. You should understand what is it, how it is going on. And for example, if you ask me some vocabulary about computer, I don't know, to be honest. I don't know. Next, please. Digital literacy is very important today because we are living in an internet, age. It is very important to understand what's going on, in internet. There is thousands of information. We are actually floating into the information, and then there are fake information, disinformation, and that information. So how we are going to understand which one is the correct one? This is very important. Today, for example, recently, I read a piece of news that, the videos related to the war between Israel and then Palestine. Israel is committing, a genocide, and then they're killing the Muslims there and the Palestinians there. And then, the videos are used as a propaganda. And then I read in the news that 70% of the videos produced is fake. It's a propaganda war. It's a propaganda war. So how are we going to find the correct one? How are we going to find the, the one that is relevant for our research and so forth? So digital literacy is the ability to find, evaluate, use, and create content using digital technologies like computers, smartphones, and internet. Evaluate, find, evaluate, use, create the content out of the information. It goes beyond the knowing how to type or swipe. It requires critical thinking to navigate online world safely and effectively. Or it is understanding how digital media shapes the perspectives and identify the misinformation. As I said, today, many of the information, many of the videos and so on and so forth are biased. They are producing different form of information to make the propaganda, to take the attention of people from one point to another though it is not proper. Generating original content through writing, coding, and multi-tools, protecting personal data, creating strong password and avoiding scams, communicating responsibility, respectfully, ethically in online communications. Next, please. Why digital literacy matters? Today, it is one of the important questions. Why does the digital literacy matters? The first, employment. Most modern jobs require proficiency with cloud tools, data spreadsheets, digital communication. It's important. For example, today, I see a lot of job announcements, editing, content writing, critical thinking, creative writing, and so forth. If you deal with such issues, we need to know what digital literacy means. Education, students rely on digital platforms for research, remote collaboration, and learning management systems. Today, for example, if you give an assignment to your students, immediately the first thing they go to internet. In internet, if they are unable to distinguish what is wrong, what is correct, it is really a problem. Daily life, assessing healthcare portal records, online banking, government services require digital competences as well. Next, please. Prompt engineering. The skill of writing clear, structured instructions so AI uses relevant text you can use. Or ability to formulate clear, purposeful, and contextual appropriate prompts for effective interaction with AI systems. For example, in literature, imagine that I'm going to write, I give an instruction to the AI platform, and if I say, for example, okay, analyze this particular text. If I say just analyze this particular text, the AI is going to give me the key points related to the text. But if I expand the instruction saying that analyze this text, concerning political implication, religious implications, and then based on the political view of the author who wrote the text, and then add the tone of academic tone, and then use the, let us say, APA, MLA, formatting styles, and so on and so forth. If I give the proper instructions to the AI, generative AI platform, so I will get a further detailed, expanded information rather than, analyze the text. So it is art of crafting precise instruction to get the best possible result from AI. So it is, as you say, it's training. So we are going to train our students how to write a proper, a nice, a good, the prompt to get best possible result out of the AI platform. That is very simple. It is all about learning how to talk AI models in a way they understand. You can guide them towards creating exactly what you need, from a clever marketing slogan to complex piece of code or creating an app. For example, I say, you are an expert literature professor. I say, okay, give me one of the important or analyze one of the important novels written in Indonesia, and in the novel discuss, let us say, regional priorities, integrate regional priorities into the text, and then make the text more professional, academic, and then give quotations, citations from the text, and so on and so forth. And then you get. But the main point here, dear colleagues, is that We must also have background information about what literature is, Indonesia, Indonesian literature, Indonesian novels, and so on and so forth. Otherwise, the information, one of the challenges of prompt engineering is that it sometimes creates hallucination, fake information. If you are unable to check, and control it, it is really problematic. Prompt engineering about communication and practice of designing and redefining input you give to the large language models. Think of it as being a director of an AI actor. For example, you can say, "Oh, you are the sales manager of the company, and then we are going to sell the product potatoes, for example, and then write and promotion text which will draw the attention of the customers. That's it. You can provide script, context, and AI delivers the performance." Next, please. Why prompt engineering matters? Mastering prompt engineering gives you more control over AI tools because the instruction, the input you give the AI platforms controls what you intend to get out of the platform. It unlocks a new level of efficiency, creativity. It turns a good tool into a great one. So by giving more control instruction to the AI, you are actually in a different way control the machine. Here are some of the main benefits. Greater accuracy. Specific prompt lead to more accurate and relevant inputs, reducing need for endless credits, improve efficiency, get the result you want to get on the first try, saving your time and effort. For example, if you give the wrong instruction to the platform, in the second, in the third, it's also confused. If you write the proper instruction at the very beginning in the first trial, you will get enhanced creativity, to push the boundaries of what AI can do, helping you generate new ideas and the fresh content. Better problem solving. It breaks down the complex problems into smaller parts that AI can help you solve step by step. Next, please. So, am I running out of time, Professor Desti?
No, you have like 7 minutes left.
7
actually.
minutes. Okay,
Yeah.
please warn me because as an old man, I am sometimes, Now, let us look at this through the lens of traditional linguistics. When a student writes a prompt, they are engaging in complex semantic and syntactic processing. And LM is at its core a probabilistic engine driven by semantics. If a BA level student types write about cats, for example, the AI will generate a generic encyclopedic text about the cats. Very simple. Cat is an animal, is a pet, with 4 legs, we feed them, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. But if the student is taught to use precise lexical items, output transforms. Consider semantic shift when the prompt becomes write a persuasive text about the psychological benefits of adopting stray cats, targeting the audience of the urban apartment developers. Today, I don't know what's going on in Indonesia, but in Turkey, people are very much interested in, adopting the stray cats, and then they're feeding them and so on and so forth. What about the psychological benefits of getting? Some people in my country, in Turkey, they don't have children, but they have cats at home, and they are happy with cats. Maybe it is similar to Indonesia. I don't know. Next, please. Student must possess the vocabulary to specify psychological benefits. For example, what about the psychological benefits? Does it heal us? Does it give us pleasure, happiness, and so on and so forth? Stray cats, for example. What about the stray cats? vocabulary. The cats, what kind of cats? They are in the street, without control, without protector, and so on and so forth. Urban apartment developers, for example. Prompt engineering forces learners to explain their lexical range because AI acts as a mirror. This is very important. Vague input yields vague output. This is the core of the issue. In literature that I study, if I'm able to give very clear, very robust, strong input, I will get the strong, clear, and robust result. Precise input yields precise, output. Next, please. Pragmatics and the context. More importantly, prompting is an exercise in pragmatics as well. In human-to-human communication, we rely on shared context and Greece's maxims: quantity, quality, relation, and manners. With NI, there is no shared context because you give the prompt, the generative AI platform, but we don't share anything. So AI platform works according to the instruction, according to the prompt you put into. So the AI knows nothing about the user's situational context unless it is explicitly encoded into text. For example, let us say, the education, how to improve the education of, let us say, students in higher education. But when you say the level of education in higher education, we may talk about the city, we may talk about the metropolitan, also we may talk about the agricultural area, rural area, and so on and so forth. If you give the prompt, so how can we improve the level of education in the rural areas? So the rural area is the background. So then the machine gets the prompt related to rural area. Next, please. Therefore, students must become master of content setting. They must explicitly define the role, audience, tone, and the constraints when they write. So who is going to teach the students? It is we, teachers. We are going to teach our students, what kind of role we should assign the platform, what kind of audience we are expecting. For example, now in front of me, it's very good that I see all of you PhD holders, and then I assume that you are all coming from the ELT background. And then, so if I talk about something else, so my speech will be meaningless. So we are not talking about the same language. We are not using the same language. So therefore, this is not just a technical formatting. It is a profound exercise in audience awareness and register core components of communicative components. So this is very, very important. Next, please. In traditional writing, student holds the cognitive load of generative both ideas and the language. For example, if we are giving the students a text, for example, let us say an idiom from a proverb from your culture, from your society, ask him or her or them, to write a composition. So it is the student who uses the ideas and the language. The cognitive load is coming from the student. In AI-assisted writing, cognitive load shifts. Student becomes the director or architect. Become the director and architect. It means that if we are able to write the correct prompt, create a correct prompt, that's it. Very simple. They must use the language to instruct, constrain, and define. So therefore, now the roles have changed, shifted, and then this requires a deep understanding of syntax, discourse markers to guide the AI logic. I'm sure that in ELT classrooms, Or in our country, some firms, companies, even the universities are organizing prompt engineering courses to give the certificate, to teach people how to use it. I'm sure that at your universities you are doing the same, or in the companies you are doing the same. Next, please. Professor Desti, please warn me because I don't want to take the time of
Okay, actually you have 1 minute remaining,
1 minute,
Professor.
okay,
Yeah.
1 minute. So we teach our students simply copy paste output, we are failing them. If we teach our students simply copy paste AI output, we are failing them. However, we should teach them to engineer the prompts, create the prompts. We are teaching them how to manipulate the language to achieve specific communication skills. We are teaching them to be the master of the text, not the subject of the text. Next, please. So, linguistic mechanisms, probably, Professor Desti, you may share my presentation with our colleagues because since we are running out of time, the question is, how do we actually teach, this? We cannot simply tell the students, be specific. We need frameworks, what we want. Student must know what he or she wants to get out of the platform. Just as we teach, peel, point, evidence, explanation link, structure for paragraphs, we must teach structures for prompting. The next one, please. So I propose the craft framework. I will finish with this one. ELT prompt engineering, break down how each letter presents a distinct linguistic skills. What is the background of the situation? Context. Setting the scene using adverbial clauses of time and the place. We talked about agricultural area, we talked about the urban dwellers and so. Who is the AI, acting as? Understanding register, persona, professional vocabulary. Imagine that you are telling the AI that you are, filmmaker, for example. You are going to produce a film, you are giving the role. What exactly must AI do? Using precise imperative verbs and infinitive structures. And then how should the output look? Understanding the text type, genres, structural markers. And then finally, what is the emotional and social register? Nuance, connotation, stylistic adjectives, and so forth. Simply, in final words, I can say that prompt engineering is very important in education in terms of improving improving, number one, the critical thinking is very important. Before the critical thinking, we are improving students' ability to create, to formulate a framework to get the best result. So we are pushing them from the vague explanations to clear, understandable framework through which to get the best result. And then we are also allowing our students to learn new vocabulary, the correcting their grammatical mistakes, and then also to create a text by using their own perspective and so forth. So it has a lot of advantages, and then maybe in the in the question answer sessions, I may do my best to answer. I'm sure that those colleagues in ELT may answer many of the questions better than me. Thank you very much, Dr. Desi and Lael. I thank you for inviting me to this wonderful activity. I'm very happy to be with you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Ali Younes, for such an insightful, inspiring presentation. Thank you so much, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us continue with our next distinguished speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Pipit Rahayu. Good afternoon.
Hello, Dr. Desti. Good afternoon.
Hello, Professor. So are you ready?
Yes. So let me try
Yeah.
to screen the slide first, right? Just wait. Oh, okay. What about this, Dr. Desti? Is that okay already?
Okay,
Yeah.
it is already visible. Yes.
Wait. Okay, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to congratulate to the organizing committee for hosting the first IRL ELT 2026 International Research and Engagement in Applied Linguistics and ELT. I would like also to commend all the wonderful speakers seen this morning for their truly outstanding presentation, especially distinguished Professor Dr. Ali Guns from Bolu Aben İzzet Baysal University, Turkey. Good morning, Prof. It's really nice to meet you in this occasion. So, my name is Pipit Rahayu, Prof. I'm from Riau Province. I hope also next our futures, we can also make some activity together for collaborations. So greeting from Riau Province to Professor Dr. Alkun in Turkey.
Thank you very much. You are so kind. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Then I would like also to express my sincere appreciation also to distinguished Dean of Faculty of Education, Universitas Internasional Batam, Dr. Pandu Prasojo, for giving us stage for the Faculty of Teacher Training Education, Universitas Pasir Pengarayan Riau, in collaborating in this international conference. Last but not least, the one and only best head of English department, my partner, Dr. Lel Badrazaki. Where is she? Where is she? I can't see her.
She is quite busy, but she is following the program actually.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me in this great international conference. I owe you a great deal because you have already helped us and support us much in many aspects. So thank you so much. Okay. In this occasion, I would like also to share a little bit about innovative public speaking assessment. The name is the KIPA model with sandwich feedback approach. This is one of the models in assessing public speaking assessment. Yeah. Wait. Okay. So, in higher education, public speaking is recognized as one of the most vital communications or important skills for university students. It should be must develop. Because of this great importance, university lecturers must systematically assess students' learning outcomes. Good assessment ensures that students do not just practice speaking, but actually they have to reach the specific skills and competencies required by their academic programs. Then to evaluate these skills, lecturers generally choose between two main assessment approach as highlighted by educational experts propose us. Known as a summative assessment, also formative assessment. While both assessments are designed for measuring student performance, and they serve very different purposes in the classroom's learning journey, of course. Well, if we talk about summative assessment, it takes place at the end of the lessons or at the end of the unit or semesters for verifying what students have ultimately achieved. And its primary functions is to give the final scores or grade based on their performance. However, the major drawback is that it only looks on backward. It tells students how well they performed, but it offers no suggestions, no feedback also, or guidance on how students can fix their mistakes or, let's say, improvement. Now, to overcome this limitation, in other case, we know formative assessment, right? And this formative assessment shifts to focus from the final result to the ongoing learning outcomes. And through these formative evaluations, lectures provide constructive feedback while students are still learning. And this feedback clearly explains what students are doing right and give actionable steps on how to improve their public speaking skills and making it into powerful tools for the real students for growing. All right. If we are talking about public speaking, assessing public speaking skills in university students commonly has several big problems nowadays. First, lecturers often sometimes they judge students based only on simple language skills. For example, like from their pronunciation, from grammar, vocabulary, and maybe sometimes from facial expressions. So because of this, the important part of speech, such as the message and the content itself, and whether the speech is meant to inform or persuade, sometimes are usually ignored. And another problem comes that there are no spatial assessment, specific assessment tools for different types of speech. So lectures, commonly, they have to do all grading manually on a paper. And this manual way or this conventional way of grading, of course, takes a lot of effort and it is not very efficient, of course. And as a result, lectures was there much times counting scores, right? And writing down the grades manually. And in the end, they do not have enough time left to give student helpful feedback. Without good feedback, as we know, students cannot learn from their mistakes or improve their speaking skills. So in this research, we have 3 research questions. The first one is what are students need, lecturers need, also curriculum need for a public speaking assessment. And the second one is how is the validity of this assessment model. And the last is how is the effectiveness and the practicality of the public speaking assessment. The purpose of this research, of course, to develop the curriculum domain and also to determine the effectiveness of this public speaking assessment model, the validity, also the practicality. I have a lot of slide Dr. Desti, but I try to skip one by one. Try to skip one way to make it short. Right, it is not needed to explain. So we go on to, yeah, in this research, we have some theories related to public speaking itself, then assessment models, sandwich feedback method, also web-based technology for public speaking assessment model. And put it here. Let's just wait. Okay, I think this is the theories one. The nature of public speaking and assessment. This is what we have already discussed at the beginning, based on Brown and A.B. Wikrama 2010. While summative assessment is provide us for verifying how well students have reached the objective of the materials at the end of the course or the unit. And however, it doesn't provide any suggestions. In other case, formative assessment, it provide lectures giving feedback in teaching and learning process. As we know, we have a lot of kinds of speech: informative, persuasive, commemorative, and so on. But in this case, in PIPA model assessment, this assessment model, it is specifically only for informative and persuasive one. It is not for other kinds of speech, but it is designed for informative and persuasive speech. In this research, this is the interesting one, that we try to combine and we try to put one of the specific feedback methods to this application assessment model. The name is sandwich feedback method. As what we know, the pictures of the sandwich, we have 3 layers. The first layers, right, start with the strange, and the second one, or it is a positive feedback, should be given by the lecturers for the students in the classroom. And then the second layers point out the weaknesses, or this is what we call the stage for giving constructive feedback for the students. So usually lecturers give some weaknesses, or maybe some what we call, they have to improve some specific skills in their presentation. And the last and the third layer, it is a positive feedback also. And this is for providing suggestion for future assignments. It means there is an improvement later on given by the lecturer for the students. So this is what we call sandwich feedback. And this feedback input in this public speaking assessment model. So commonly, assessment model, especially for public speaking, they don't provide any kinds of feedback. But in this case, we try to put these kinds of feedback, and it is also in line with the formative assessment one. The development of the method, we have the R&D, model of development. So this is the procedures like what we have already known. We have a lot of expert dealing with the R&D research. One of them like Bohr-Engel step schemes, starting from the analysis until, it should be, there is also the preliminary form of the product, and also main field testing, main product revision, until dissemination and implementations. This is the stage, like what we have already discussed at the beginning. It should be started from the need analysis. So we try to have a view from students, also lecturers, needs in the terms of public speaking assessment. So this is the need analysis. We put it from 3 aspects: student needs, lecturers needs, and curriculum demand. Right, so this is the indicators of the students' necessities. We talk about what students need in public speaking assessment, also what students need in the rubric of the public speaking assessment, until how many indicators here, 6 or 7, right? Then we talk also about student lacks or weaknesses. This is a student expectation, also input in their in our questionnaires to see their needs. And it is also given to the lecturers in terms to know what is their expectation, what is their hopes for public speaking assessment model. Okay, for the curriculum also, we have already make it the similar thing. All right, this is an indicator for application assessment model validity. We use some indicators here. Usability, information, and service interaction. It is based on Burns and Fagin. This is the indicators that we have already given to the expert judgment later on to see the application, whether from the usability aspect, whether it is already good or not, and from the information session, it is already runs well or not. This is some of the indicators and the components. Then, right, The research also provide a manual book because there is a specific application for this assessment model. So we have already provided also the manual book for using the applications and the indicators for the rubric validity also. In this occasion also, we have help by some expert judgment to help us in valid our instrument. The one is Afrianto.PhD in validity public speaking aspect, and also Dr. Efnaldi Aliwarti PhD in help us in valid the instrument for assessment, and then Dr. Darmansyah also in he is expert in education technology to see our applications. This is the instrument validation scores after we have already given the questionnaires. So we have almost valid in some instrument and indicators. Then go on to development result. So we have already give the questionnaires to 60 English students from both universities, Universitas Pasir Pengaraian, also Universitas Negeri Padang. So there are 60 people altogether, and also how many lectures, if I'm not mistaken, 5 or 6 lectures also, English lectures are involved in the questionnaires and interview. Then this is the result, students need analysis result. So a lot of numbers here and a lot of indicators. Then the result of students need analysis. They need a model that help them improve their performance and reflect the quality of student skills. They also need a feedback method from the lectures during public speaking assessment. Until students need also an application technology as the media for public speaking assessment. So it will be, it help them to document their presentation as well. Documented their presentation as well. So this is the variable of indicators for lectures interview guidelines. I've already put all of this. This is the interview sessions. And I think we go on to the what we call the rubric. So this is the rubric of the PIPA model here. Because like what I have already explained at the beginning, this is specifically for informative and persuasive speech. The contents or the rubrics consist of organizations, then supporting materials, also the content. The content here divided into 2 parts, whether the persuasive contents in the rubrics is different, of course, from the informative one, and then also content, and then articulations, nonverbal communication, and visual aid. All right, this is the manual book, also the book for the PIPA model we have already produced. And then I would like also in this occasion to show you people with the applications, a short application of this PIPA model. This is the validation of the PIPA model assessment. So comes from 2 validators. And then this is the effectiveness. We also have a test to students, manual testing at the time in UPP student, English department students, and UNP, Universitas Negeri Padang students. So this is the result, the effectiveness, the result of the preliminary testing in a small group, and also in the result of preliminary of manual testing. The practicality also, we put students and lecturers also involved in this process to see the practicality of these PIPA models, like what we have already shown you before. It is based on the 3 parts of the components, from the usability, from the information quality, also from service interaction quality. And then we go on to the conclusions. This study or this research successfully identified the needs of the students, the need also from the lecturers and the curriculum for a public speaking assessment model. And it shows that students and lecturers require a structured technology-based assessment tools that integrate that sandwich feedback method to provide constructive, clear, and efficient feedback in public speaking courses, also public speaking assessment. It is also the same with the validity conclusion. to develop web-based public speaking assessment. This model using the sandwich feedback method, and it is also proven to be valid. Material and the media expert confirm that the model structures, assessment criteria, all that we have already seen together at the beginning are valid. Also, the web features meet the required educational and technical standard. Effectiveness and practicality. Also, it is highly effective and practical. So let me show you a little bit about a little bit in application. Okay, this is the applications. Actually, it has been revised 2 times. And of course, until today, I need some suggestions and also what we call feedback from others, part of practitioners. It can be from lecturers, also students. This is the link and still free, so everyone can be used this, lecturers, students, or any other school practitioners and others. So this is the applications. So we have this as the first dashboard of the applications, right? So this is the class. So here, lecturers and students have their own accounts in register their personal standard or skills, right? Then also in these applications provides lecturers with the feedback like what we have already mentioned before. After students upload their presentation, the video of their presentation, the video of their public speaking presentations. At the same time, lecturers also can give their feedback, sandwich feedback, and it should be in the good structure, starting from the first layer, second, and the third. It means they have to give also the weaknesses or the limitation of the student presentation, and the last, the improvement. This is the menu on the applications, and this is the students from students accounts. So this is the video uploaded by the students. So I think it is not really clear about the numbers. It has been scored by the lecturers, and there is also sandwich feedback, the content of the sandwich feedback here that the student can be seen. Then these applications also provide lecturers with this document. This is the assessment result document. So every student will get this document to see their scores in every part of the rubric, every part of the component skills, like from the organization until the visual aids that they use during the presentation. Then the feedback also given by the lecturer. So this document can be get in the end of the process. So they can do there is also the barcode here. So it is easy for them to see what should be prepared, what should be improved for the next presentation, and what should be aid or limit in their presentation. Okay, Dr. Desti, only that my presentation. So I hope if there are some suggestions, also questions during improvement of this application model, I will welcome. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Professor Pipit, for your valuable insight and excellent presentations. Yes. Well, participants, before we proceed to the last speakers, friendly reminder, if you have questions for the speakers, please type them in the Zoom chat or use the raise hand feature. We will address them during the Q&A session. Now we are ready to welcome our final keynote speaker for this afternoon, Dr. Pandu Prasojo.
All right. Hello, good afternoon, Dr. Desti. Is my voice clear and sound?
Yes, it is audible, Prof.
All right. Well, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, distinguished speakers, colleagues, teachers, researchers, and students. Sayın Profesör Dr. Ali Güneş, Türkiye'den aramıza katıldığınız için hoş geldiniz. Bizimle aynı oturumda yer almak benim için büyük bir onurdur. Yang saya hormati Dr. Pipit, selamat datang dan terima kasih sudah hadir. Suatu kehormatan bagi kami untuk hadir di sini di IRIL 2026. It is a great pleasure to be part of the first IRIL ELT International Conference today. Well, I'd like to invite us to move beyond a familiar discussion about whether artificial intelligence can help students write better. Instead, I want to ask a more specific question. Can AI help learners make better lexical decision or lexical to choose a lexical appropriateness? Well, I will begin with a common problem in EFL writing. Then later on, I'll share findings from my classroom research involving Google Gemini, and finally discuss what these findings may mean for vocabulary instruction in the age of AI. Well, next slide. All right. Second slide, please. Before that, slide number 2. All right. Let me begin with a simple question. Why can students' writing be grammatically correct but still sound unnatural? Many of us have read sentences that contain no major grammatical errors, but somehow the wording still feels strange, vague, or unsuitable. This happens because good writing depends on more than grammar. It also depends on whether learners can select words that fit to the meaning, the context, the audience, and the communicative purposes. This gap between grammatical correctness and natural expression is where lexical appropriateness become important. Next slide. One hidden problem in EFL writing is that learners often focus on more correctness than appropriateness. They may avoid grammatical mistakes, but they frequently rely on safe, high-frequency words such as good, nice, bad, very happy, or we know this using the terms as lexical teddy bear. And these words are not necessarily incorrect, but they may be too general for the intended meaning. As a result, students' writing can be structurally accurate but lexically flat. So the issue is not simply whether a word is correct. The more important question is whether it is the best choice for the context, tone, and purpose. This is the essence of lexical appropriateness. Next slide. Traditionally, vocabulary learning has often been understood in terms of size. How many words learners know, how many words learners remember and can recall. Vocabulary size remains important indeed. However, knowing many words doesn't automatically mean that the learners can use them appropriately. We therefore need to move from vocabulary size toward lexical judgment. Lexical judgments involves comparing possible words, evaluating their meanings and associations, and choosing the expression that best fits the context. The goal is not only to help learners know more words, it is to help them choose the right words for the right purpose. Next slide. All right. Well, talking about AI era, generative AI has significantly changed the vocabulary learning environment. Tools such as Google Gemini can instantly suggest synonyms, paraphrase, and then provide collocations and generate examples. However, access to lexical options is not to the same lexical learning. Like learners must still evaluate meaning, nuance, registers, collocations, and contextual fit. They must decide whether a suggested word actually communicates what they intended. Then AI can expand lexical possibilities, but teachers and learners must turn those possibilities into understanding. In other words, AI can provide the options, but it cannot automatically perform the learning for the student itself. Next slide. Related to the old assumption to challenge. Okay, well, this brings us an assumption that deserves to be challenged. If students use AI, their vocabulary will improve automatically. This assumption sounds convincing because AI can produce more sophisticated words almost instantly, right? But important requires more than exposure to better vocabulary. It requires evaluations, reflections, repeated use, and deeper understanding. Well, AI use doesn't automatically, let's say, equal vocabulary growth. Well, however, AI can offer alternatives, but meaningful learning still depends on the learner's ability to exercise lexical judgment or to challenge himself to choose which lexical or vocabulary which is suitable within the context. Next slides. Next slide, please. Well, this is the central argument of my presentation. AI improves vocabulary learning only when it supports reflection, not replacement. When AI is used as replacement, students may copy suggestions, accept these sophisticated words mechanically, and focus only obtaining a clear final text. The sentence may improve, but lexical knowledge may not be internalized. However, when AI is used as a reflection partner, shouldn't compare alternatives, evaluate nuances, justify their choices, and become more aware of how vocabulary functions within the context. Therefore, the real value of AI is not simply in giving students better words. Its value lies in helping students thinking to more carefully about words. So AI should become a thinking partner, not just substitute writer. Next slide, please. Okay. Well, all right. The theoretical concept underlying this presentation is lexical appropriateness. Lexical appropriateness refers to the ability to choose words that are accurate in meaning, suitable for the context, and consistent with the intended communicative purposes. It includes several interconnected dimensions also. The first, meaning itself, does the word express the intended idea? The second, the context. Is it suitable for the situation? The third, collocation. Does it combine naturally with the surrounding words? The fourth, the register. Whether its level is the level of formality appropriate? And the fifth, the tone. Does it communicate the intended attitude? The right word is therefore not only grammatically correct, it must also sound natural, suitable, and purposeful. Next slide. Why lexical appropriateness matter then? Before this slide. Why lexical appropriateness matter? Lexical appropriateness matters because inappropriate word choices can weaken communication in at least three ways. First, they produce vague expression, so the message becomes too general. The second, they produce flat writing. Sentences may be grammatically acceptable and correct, but repetitive and stylistically weak. The third is they can create pragmatic awkwardness. A word may be technically correct, but still sound unnatural in particular contexts. For example, good may need to become beneficial and or effective, depending on the meaning. I'm very happy may become I'm pleased in a more formal context. And hardened grammar, it can be adjusted into have difficulty with grammar. Where lexical appropriateness improves precision, naturalness, and communicative impact. The next slide. About the research context, let me now connect this broader this issue with my research. The study was conducted in paragraph writing course in Indonesian University, of course in EFL context, because we are in Indonesia. The participants were only 14 second-year English language teaching students. Their proficiency range around A2 to B1 or the CFR, so they represented lower intermediate learners. Students wrote paragraphs of approximately 100 to 150 words, and the study focused on lexical appropriateness. We used Google Gemini, was introduced during a guide revision stage. It wasn't used to generate the entire paragraph. Instead, students use it to explore alternative lexical choices and improve their own draft. The central question was whether brief AI-supported revision could produce measurable lexical development. Next slide. About the research design. The study involved three writing conditions. In the first task, students completed baseline writing independently by hand without AI support. In the second task, students first wrote their own draft and then used structured prompt with Google Gemini during the revision. They could ask for more appropriate words, compare expressions, or examine whether a phrase sounded natural. However, direct copy-pasting of AI-generated sentences was prohibited. Students still had to make their own revision decision. In the third task, students completed delayed writing independently, again without the AI support at all. This design allowed me to compare baseline performance in immediate AI-supported revision and later independent performance after AI support was removed. Next slide. What was measured? In this step, two quantitative measures was used. The first is type token ratio or TTR and measure of textual lexical diversity or MTLD. TTR compares the number of different words with the total number of the words. It provides a quick picture of lexical variety. MTLD provides a more stable indication of lexical diversity and is less sensitive to text length. However, an important clarification is necessary. TTR and MTLD are not direct measures of lexical appropriateness. They cannot fully determine whether a word is natural, contextually suitable, or pragmatically precise. In this study, they were treated as indirect indicators of students' lexical variation and available lexical resources. Lexical appropriateness itself was understood as a broader and context-dependent construct. Next slide. About the key finding, it's quite interesting. The key finding was stability rather than significant improvement. For TTR, there was no statistically significant difference across the baseline, the Gemini-assisted process, and delayed writing. The same pattern appeared for MTLD. There was also no statistically significant difference across three conditions. There were minor individual fluctuation. Some students improved slightly while other declined. However, there was no consistent upwards. Therefore, brief interaction with Google Gemini didn't lead to measurable improvement in lexical variation. This doesn't necessarily mean that Gemini provided no useful assistance at all. Students may have produced some better expression during revision, but the improvement wasn't strong or consistent enough to indicate the deeper lexical development across the tasks. Next slide. Then what does stability mean? First, it means there was no automatic lexical growth. Simply providing brief access to Gemini did not transform students' lexical performance at all. Second, some improvement may have remained at the level of surface revision. Yes, it was happened. Students could accept a better expression without fully understanding its meaning, collocation, or register. The third, there was limited transfer. When AI support was removed, learners did not demonstrate clear and sustained lexical development. These findings therefore suggest that AI access alone is not enough. Meaningful lexical development requires learners' readiness, meta-linguistic reflection, repeated practices, and instructional guidelines. Next slide. Let's examine one concrete example from this study. A student originally wrote, I'm really hard in grammar. The intended meaning is understandable, but the expression is quite awkward because the adjective hard doesn't collocate naturally with the speaker in this structure. More acceptable alternatives include I have a hard time with grammar, or I find grammar challenging. AI can suggest these improved expression very quickly. However, the improvement is not only whether the sentence become better. We must ask whether the learner really understand why the original expression was inappropriate and why the alternatives are more natural. A better sentence doesn't always mean deeper lexical understanding or lexical learning. Next. Well, this distinction helps us separate surface revision and from deep learning. Surface revision changes the wording quickly. Students may accept AI suggestions mechanically, improve the appearance of the sentence, then move on. Deep learning is very different. It requires learners to compare lexical alternatives, evaluate meaning and nuances, notice collocation and register, and explain why one option fits better than another. AI can polish a sentence almost instantly, but internalization is slower. Um, Deep lexical learning happens when learner really understand, evaluate, justify, reuse, and eventually transfer a lexical choice to a new context. The correction is visible. However, internalization is deeper and more difficult to observe. Um, Next. Why AI did not work automatically? There are three possibilities to explain why AI did not produce automatically improvement. The first is limited vocabulary depth, meaning that the students relied heavily on familiar and high frequency words or lexical teddy bears. Their lexical repertoire may not have been broad or deep to evaluate more sophisticated suggestion given by the Gemini. The second is low meta-linguistic awareness. Some learners may not fully understand the difference in collocation, register, styles, or semantic nuances because the background is different. The cultural background is different. The third is about the superficial AI uptake, meaning that students may focus on obtaining a better final sentence rather than understanding why the change works, how it becomes this one, why good is not suitable in a certain context. We can use pleased and so on and so on. These factors are related without sufficient vocabulary depth and metalinguistics awareness. Learners may ignore useful AI suggestions or accept them mechanically or just as it is. The limitation was therefore not necessarily the capability of the technology, but the conditions surrounding its use. Next. Let's repositioning AI in ELT. These findings suggest that we should reposition AI in English language teaching, where Gemini should function as a lexical scaffolding partner, not as an autonomous writing improver. It can suggest possibilities, but it shouldn't make all writing decisions for students. AI-supported instruction should promote lexical awareness by asking learners to analyze why one expression may be more appropriate than another. It should also develop evaluation skills. Learners need to select, reject, adapt, and justify AI-generated suggestions. And most importantly, learners must remain the decision makers. When used intentionally, AI can become a bridge to deeper lexical learning rather than a short that bypasses the learning processes. Next, related to the classroom implication, in classroom practice, students should not simply receive and accept AI-generated vocabulary. They should complete 4 actions at least. The first, try to compare SAI for 2 or 3 alternatives and identify the differences. The second, evaluate, try to decide which option best fits the context, audience, meaning, and registers. Third, justify. Explain why one expression is more appropriate than other in a certain condition or context. The fourth, reflect, consider, what was learned and how the expression could be used in another context. Well, a simple teacher prompt might be like this. Gemini has suggested three alternatives. Which one would you choose? Which one would you reject and why? And it can lead us to deep lexical learning happens when learners think critically about the language, not when they merely just accept suggestion produced by the AI. Next slide. About the future direction. From my POV, ELT needs three things. The first, the AI literacy. It was already discussed and mentioned by Professor Ali Kunesh in the beginning of this session. Well, learners must know how to prompt strategically, evaluate AI-generated language, and use AI critically and ethically. Second, lexical awareness. Students must notice meaning, nuances, collocation, tone, register, and contextual fit. The third relate to the teacher-mediated instruction, where teachers remain essential in modeling the lexical decision making, designing reflective tasks, and helping students transfer vocabulary knowledge to new writing contexts. Future research should also examine longer intervention, larger groups, delayed retention, and qualitative evidence of how learners make lexical decision. The progress will depend not only on AI access, but on the pedagogy, reflection, and guided vocabulary learning also need a serious attention. Next, I believe this is my last slide. Let me close with the central message of this presentation. The future of vocabulary learning is not better word generation, but better lexical judgment or lexical appropriateness. Generative AI can already produce words, phrases, and sentences at remarkable speed. The educational challenge now is no longer simply giving learners access to more language. The challenge is helping them judge that language critically. So they must ask, does this word express my intended meaning? Does it fit the context? Does it sound natural? Is it appropriate for my audience or for my purpose? Well, in the AI era, vocabulary learning depends on AI literacy, lexical awareness, and also teacher guidance and purposeful word choice. Well, thank you so much. That's all from me. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pandu, for your informative and inspiring presentations. Please give our keynote speakers a virtual round of applause by using the clap reactions. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the question and answer session. If you like to ask questions, you may either click the raise hand button or type your question in the Zoom chat. Okay, the first question coming from Duke. Hello, Duke. Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, all respected speakers. And my name is Duka, and I have a question for Professor Ali, actually. So regarding the AI, so for teachers that just start to integrate the AI use into their ELT classrooms, what's the single easiest activity from your thought to try first for the lecturer in the class or the teachers in the class? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. It's a very nice question. But first of all, let me tell you that I'm not ELT teacher. First of all, let me specify that. In literature classrooms or for my students, let me tell you what I'm doing. So when I assign assignments to our students, I actually train them a little bit how they are going to give the prompt to the AI, because whether we ban it or not, anyhow, they use it. They use it. I give my students little bit of instruction, So what, based on the assignment topic, based on the questions, based on the subject, I train them a little bit, and then guide them, how to get a proper answer, proper, the feedback, proper result out of their search by using the generative AI platforms. This is what I do, But when it comes to your question, I think ELT professors here, they know better than me. So what I would do if I were, maybe I assign a specific time to train my students. How to give right prompt into the generative AI system platform to get the better result, one by one. I think rather than giving theoretical information, because what I did was a theoretical information. Maybe if we were able to give a practical session to each other, I think we would learn much, much better than the theoretical information. I always appreciate practical sides of the training, beside the theoretical information. Yeah, theory is we are reading a lot of good things, how to do, how to that, so and so forth. When it comes to the practice, sometimes it is very difficult. So in ELT classrooms, it may be a school policy. A workshop, a session might be allocated for such kind of training, and then student, could be trained to enter right prompt based on their level. If they are at the level of A2, B1, B2, for example, so based on their level, the workshops or the training sessions might be held. This is what I believe. But in literature department, we are doing it because the subjects are quite different. We are doing it to get the right answer to the question they put. They give the input into the generative AI platforms. That is what I can tell, Prof. Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Prof. Ali, Vanessa, and that's also Sir Duque. So we move on to the next question. Actually, there is a question coming from Nasya to the Dr. Pipik. Thank you for your presentation. And also, if you don't mind, I want to ask you about this question. Could you give us a walkthrough of what the lecturer says when giving sandwich feedback inside the DIPA platform?
Okay, from who? Dr. Desti?
Nasya Amelia.
Rasha. Okay, talking about PIPA model for lectures. Yes, that's the questions. Okay. This like what we have already explained, we have already seen together from the presentation before that this platform, these web-based applications, through assessment model. The name is the PIPA. It can be used like what we have already mentioned for lecturers, students also, and other practitioners from, let's say, from senior or junior high schools, teachers. And this PIPA model assessment will improve, will help lecturers or teachers, also students, to see their weaknesses, to see their limitations during the public speaking assessment, during public speaking presentation. So while another, if we try to compare with another convention or manual assessment model, they don't have it is limited application, provide a specific feedback in their assessment process, in their assessing process. So that's why it can be used for siapapun, for lectures, atau juga for students. So still, since still this application free, but I don't know in the future, so, because it is already developed time by times. And a few weeks ago, I have already also a suggestion from the EI expert from UNITAR Malaysia, and of course it will be improved a little bit in some tools in terms in the applications models. Dr. Desti.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Pipit, yes, Professor Pipit, for the explanations. Yeah, so there's also one occasions I suggest to Dr. Pandu from Siri Kanya. Yes, I would like ask you, since Gemini suggestion are shaped entirely by whatever vocabulary the learner already activate in the prompt, doesn't this create a failing effect where lower proficiency students structurally cannot access richer lexical alternative, no matter how well designed the task is?
Well, thank you so much, Shirikanya Jamie, for the questions. Very good questions. I will say that Gemini is shaped entirely by the vocabulary already used in the prompt because it can generate words that are beyond the learner's current repertoire. However, there may still a practical ceiling effect, yes. Lowering proficiency students may receive rich lexical alternative, but they may not have enough vocabulary depth and meta-linguistics awareness to understand the differences, evaluate contextual fit, or use those expressions independently. So the limitation is not only access to richer vocabulary, it is the learner's capacity to process and internalize it. In my study previously, Gemini sometimes, yes, suggested more appropriate expressions, but the students' overall lexical performance remained stable. I don't know why, because maybe some their prior knowledge or maybe the suggestions and so on was insufficient. This is why task design, although essential, may not be enough by itself. Lower proficiency learners also need teachers' mediations, controlled lexical options, example in context, and repeated opportunities to use the new expressions. Therefore, I'd describe it is a ceiling that can be gradually raised through a scaffolding rather than a fixed ceiling that AI cannot overcome. Hope it can answer your questions.
Yes, Prof. Ali, you want to add some explanations?
No, it's actually not. It's actually not question, but a kind of the addition to what Professor Pipit, how you said about the sandwich feedback. Traditionally, it's very important. Traditionally, it's even very important, particularly in small classrooms. So what you do, you actually meet students in individual, face to face, and then give them instructions. Of course, sometimes we praise what students have done. Sometimes we show them mistakes. Sometimes we show them what is missing in their argument, in their discussions. So particularly in literature, I have witnessed that the sandwich feedbacks are very important, because sometimes what happens when you give the inline instructions or the commands on the paper, students sometimes may not understand, what is there. So therefore, I consider it as a kind of madrasa education.
Okay.
Madrasa education, one-to-one communication with students and show them this is missing, this is correct, this is very good. You can improve this idea, the command is, and then you can make the suggestion, okay, read this, or, search for this topic in such and such and such and such. So what you do, you guide students towards not only expanding their knowledge, but also lead them to think critically, because at the end of the day, critical thinking is a kind of education. You learn how to think critically, how to evaluate, how to assess the text. So therefore, what Professor Pippet has suggested is very important. But main problem in Turkey that we face, I don't know what's going on in Indonesia, is that the classroom is very crowded. There are a lot of students in the classroom. If we divide it into small sections, so the school management say, oh, we need extra professors, we need extra classrooms, and so forth. So most of the knowledge we transmit to students remains at the theoretical level, unfortunately. But what Professor Pippet has suggested is very important in education. Maybe the managers, attending this lecture, or sometimes we also explain it to our, school management, saying that we need small classrooms to focus particularly on students' academic success, academic achievements. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Ali Guns.
Okay, thank you,
Comments.
Professor, and also all the keynote speaker, Professor Pandu and Professor Pitayu. So yeah, yes, please. Oh, you may
This is what happens in Indonesia, Prof. Dr. Ali Guns, when
I
sometimes
think you're still losing connections. Yes.
Hello?
Oh yes, yes,
Hello.
yes.
Yes,
All right.
I can hear. Yeah.
I can hear you.
This is almost happens in Indonesia institutions when lecturers give feedback to their students' skills. They just only give the weaknesses and some limitation without giving motivation at the beginning. So it will make students automatically or suddenly stuck, right? Because we just get the feedback, the limitation feedback, the weaknesses feedback without any introduction, like to make them motivate first. This is the most important thing. So this is what feedback the emphasizes. When we have to delivering the feedback, we have to start with the motivation to give a positive feedback, to give a good feedback first. Then followed by the weaknesses or the lack of the student presentation, and then close with the also the positive feedback. This is the mechanism. Sometimes it is break by the lectures. They just only give their weaknesses of their students without giving motivations. This is the problems happen.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm sorry, many of our I'm not going to negatively, but what we need actually, education psychology is very important. Education psychology is very important. And then teachers to be employed should also know the student psychology, how to communicate with students, and so on and so forth. Sometimes the main problem that we face in our country as well, normally you are giving a university diploma. Okay, the paper in your hand. It's okay, it's fine. And then there is the nationwide the examination. If you get a certain mark, the points out of exam, then you enter the lottery. You enter the lottery, and at the end of the day, based on your point, you are appointed or not. So many of the teachers do not like children. Many of teachers do not know the psychology of children, because each individual has his or her own psychological level. Some of them are coming from educated families, some of them are coming from rural families, some of them are coming from middle class family, and so forth. The quality of teacher is very, very important. What you said is very important, from positive to negative. Immediately, if we start the negative, views about the student, oh, why did you do that? You are not good at, you are bad, but you gradually prepare the student to what you are going to tell them, So therefore, the quality of teacher is very important. Also, the teacher should know, the education psychology, human beings actually. So therefore, sometimes I criticize the way the teachers are employed in our country. Maybe I'm not good at it, but this is how I think. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. This very fruitful discussion, Professor Ali Gunas, Professor Pipit Rahayu, and Professor Pandu Prasojo. Well, distinguished keynote speaker, respected participant, we have now come to the end of this afternoon keynote session. Actually, in Indonesia, we already 4 p.m. Prof. In lunchtime in Turkey, right?
Turkey,
Okay.
it is now 5 past 12.
Okay. All right.
Okay, 5 past 12. Yeah.
Time for
Yeah.
lunch. Time for lunch.
Okay. Time for lunch. Yeah, time for lunch.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I will now hand over the session back to our Master of Ceremony for the awarding session. So, Ms. Zaidin.
Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the conclusion of plenary session 2 of the first IREAL ELT 2026. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to our distinguished keynote speakers for the insightful presentations, valuable perspectives, and knowledge shared with us. Our sincere gratitude goes to Professor Dr. Ali Gunas from Bolu Aban Izzat Faisal University, Turkey, Associate Professor Dr. Pipit Rahayu MPD from Universitas Pasir Pengarayan, Indonesia, and Dr. Pandu Prasojo SPD MPD from Universitas Internasional Batam, Indonesia. We would also like to extend our sincere appreciation to our moderator, Ms. Desti Febria, SPD MTESOL, for wonderfully leading and facilitating today's plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, as a token of our appreciation, we would now like to proceed with the presentation of certificates of appreciation to our distinguished keynote speakers. For this special occasion, it is our honor to Ms. Lel Badrazaki as the chairman of the organizing committee, Universitas Internasional Batam, to present the certificates and convey our appreciation to our keynote speakers. May we also kindly invite our distinguished keynote speakers to remain on screen for the certificate presentation and documentation. Ms. Lel Badrazaki, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you so much to Professor Ali and also to Dr. Pipi and also to Dr. Pandu Prasojo for the insightful presentation and also sharing for us today. I think 1.5 hours is not enough actually, right? So we can like extend later on the discussion and also further collaboration between our institution later on. So thank you so much all the respected keynote speaker, and see you for the next event and also collaboration. Thank you so much. everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Leo.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much,
Dr.
Professor.
Ganesh, I visited Bolu once. It was
Really?
a very nice town. Yeah.
When did you do that?
In 2024.
Oh, I was in Albania at the time.
Oh, I see. The town
I
is
was, but
very
please,
cold.
please do come again. Do come again.
Surely, surely.
Do come again. Maybe Professor Leil
Professor Leo.
Yes.
I went
Badra,
there
you
with
know.
Professor
Okay,
Leo.
hello, Professor.
Okay, so what you
Yeah.
may do, you may sign the memorandum of understanding with the Bolu Abant İzzet Baysal University based on that collaboration.
Inshallah,
It would
inshallah, we
be
will.
excellent. It would be excellent to host you in Turkey. We may organize even an activity, see there around. There are really good places to see around. Probably you have seen.
Yeah. Agree. Really agree with that. Polish,
Yeah.
lovely.
Yes, wonderful.
And maybe later on,
Wonderful.
Professor Ali, you can also visit Indonesia.
Inshallah. You know, if
Okay.
Allah grant me with the water that I'm going to
Inshallah, you
drink
will.
in Indonesia. Indonesia is in our heart, it is our
Oh,
brother,
inshallah.
sister country, inshallah, alhamdulillah.
All
So we
right.
hear a lot of good things, about Indonesia. And then inshallah, may Allah grant success
Ameen,
in your activities, inshallah.
Amen.
Thank you,
Thank you so
Professor.
much,
Inshallah,
Professor
inshallah.
Ganesh.
And once again, our deepest appreciation to Ms. Lelba Gazaki and to all our distinguished keynote speakers for being part of the first iReal ELT 2026 and for making this morning plenary session truly meaningful and enriching. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in giving our keynote speakers and moderator a warm round of virtual applause. Thank you very much. This officially concludes plenary session 2. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished keynote speakers, honorable guests, respected presenters, participants, and colleagues. We have now come to the final part of the first international research and engagement in applied linguistics and English language teaching, iReal ELT 2026. After a full day of insightful presentations, meaningful discussions, and academic exchange, it is now time to recognize some of the outstanding contributions made by our presenters and authors throughout today's conference. However, before we proceed to the announcement, we would first like to take this opportunity to express our sincere appreciation to all of our parallel session reviewers. Our deepest gratitude goes to Dr. Lely Ziana Asril, SS MPD, Miss Maya Marsevani, SPD MPD, Mr. Hilarius Raditya Primbada Purba, SPD MPD, Dr. Octavia Widyastuti, MPD, Miss Sylvia Utami, SPD MPD, Miss Retasha Adriana, SPD MPD, and Mr. Muhammad Maulana, SPD MA. Thank you very much for dedicating your time, expertise, and professional judgment to evaluating our presenters throughout today's parallel session. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in giving all of our viewers a warm round of virtual applause. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to one of the most anticipated moments of today's conference. We will proceed with the announcement of the Best Presenter Award, followed by the Best Paper Award. Let us begin with the Best Presenters Award. The awardees are Mr. Dukapapatan Padede for the paper title, The Implementation of SQ3R Strategy to Improve Students' Reading Comprehension at SMA Kepo. Next, congratulations to Ms. Nasha Amelia Putri for the paper title, Exploring Reviewing Previous Materials as a Scaffolding Strategy to Foster Effective Engagement in EFL Classroom. Next, congratulations to Ms. Gati Cahyaning Pertiwi for the paper title, The Role of ICT Integration in Supporting Curriculum-Based ELT Practice in Secondary Schools. Next, congratulations to Ms. Srikanya Jayamin for the paper title, Exploring Deep Learning in English Language Teaching Classrooms, a case study of student learning behaviors. Next is the Room Best Presenter Award. Congratulations to Ms. Sivi Andriani for the paper title, Assessing Elementary Students' Speaking Skills and Explaining Daily Activities through the PIPA model. Next is Ms. Della Afusha for the paper title, Lecturers' Perceptions of Peer Feedback in Public Speaking Activity. Next, congratulations to Imelda Nindya Firdian Putri dan Maria Magdalena Pei for the paper title, Pre-Service EFL Teachers' Perceptions of Generative AI Tools for Lesson Planning During Micro-Teaching. Congratulations to all recipients of Best Paper Awards. These awards recognize the quality, relevance, and contribution of your research to the fields of applied linguistics and English language teaching. Next are the Room Best Paper Award. Congratulations to Almira Zadarofia and Fika Lutfia for the title Assessing Indonesian EFL Students Argumentative Essay Quality Based on Toulmin's Argumentation Model. Next, congratulations to Prima Dianita dan Nabila Kesha Salsabila for the title The Correlation Between Classroom Discussion, Preference, and English Speaking Fluency Among EFL University Students. Next, congratulations to Gabby Keziandra for the title Learning Through Senses, Improving Kindergarten Students' Speaking Skills Through Multisensory Activities in a Classroom Action Research. And next, congratulations to Ananda Ayu Salsabila dan Ken Kumala for the title The Effectiveness of Mobile-Assisted Language Learning in Enhancing EFL Students' English Language Skills, a Systematic Literature Review. Next, congratulations to Arum for the title A Pragmatic Analysis of Speech Act in Augustine Daly's Under the Gaslight. Next, congratulations to Effie Nurhafizah for the title Pronunciation, Intonation, and Diction as Verbal Communication Indicators in English Drama Performance. Next, Congratulations to Astriani for the title Implementation of Peer Feedback in Fourth Semester Students Public Speaking Assessment. Next is the best presenters. Congratulations to the first winners, Hikmi Handayani for the title Gen Z's Expectation Toward the Implementation of the Merdeka Curriculum in English Learning. Congratulations to the second winner, Tasha Melarisman, for the title The Implementation of Teens Games Tournament, TGT, Strategy to Improve Students' Reading Comprehension at a Senior High School in Batam. Congratulations for the third winners, Nadira Nurul Faika for the title ICT Integration in Curriculum Merdeka Implementation, a qualitative case study of an EFL classroom in a public senior high school in Batam, Riau Island province. And next, we move to the base paper. Congratulations to the first winner, Nur Maulina, for the title Lecturers' Perceptions of Peer Feedback in Public Speaking Activity. Congratulations to the second winner, Priscilla Piolaonti, for the title Improving Descriptive Writing Ability Through the ICRA Technique, a Classroom Action Research. And congratulations to the third winner, Wirdatul Jannah, for the title Analysis of Students' Confidence Building in English Public Speaking through an interactive discussion group. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the conclusion of today's conference, it is our honor to invite Dr. Pandu Prasojo, SPD, MPD, Dean of the Faculty of Education, Universitas Internasional Batam, to deliver the closing remarks for the first IREL ELT 2026. Dr. Pandu Prasojo, the screen is yours.
All right, well, thank you so much for the time, for the MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, respected keynote and invited speakers, representative of our partners institutions, fellow academics, presenters, students, and participants. As we come to the end of the first IREL ELT 2026 International Conference, it is my great honor on behalf of the Faculty of Education, Universitas Internasional Batam, to deliver these closing remarks. Today, we have been part of a valuable academic gathering that brought together scholars, researchers, educators, and students from Indonesia and other countries, Malaysia, Philippines, Turkey, and yeah, Indonesia, of course. Through the presentation, discussion, and exchanges of ideas, we have explored important issues related to teaching, technology integration, curriculum reform, applied linguistics, and English language learning in global era. The conference, at the same time, classroom realities must continue. I believe that from our research, these challenges experienced by teachers and learners should become the starting point for studies that are relevant, responsible, and capable of creating genuine impact. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express our deepest appreciation to the Rector of Universitas Internasional Batam and also the chairman of this event. Also, our sincere gratitude goes to all our distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Ali Gunesh from Bolu Aban Izzat Faisal University, Turkey, Profesor Dr. Mujiono, MPD from Universitas PGRI Kanjuruhan Malang, Indonesia, Associate Professor Dr. Pipit Rahayu, MPD from Universitas Pasir Pangarayan, Indonesia, Dr. Jonathan Jinai from University Tunku Abdul Rahman, Malaysia. We also sincerely grateful to our invited speakers, Dr. Marlon S. Pontilas from Camarines Sur Polytechnic College, the Philippines. Thank you for generously sharing your knowledge, research finding, professional experiences, and critical reflection. I believe your contributions have broadened our perspectives and provide a valuable insight for the future of English language appreciation. Um, on behalf of the Faculty Education, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all national and international partner institutions that have supported and collaborated with us in organizing this conference. Your partnership has made it possible for iReal ELT to 2026 to become an international forum connecting scholars and educational institutions across Indonesia, Malaysia, Turkey, the Philippines, Timor-Leste, and other regions. We greatly value the trust, cooperation, and institutional support you have provided. This event demonstrates that meaningful academic progress cannot be achieved by one institution alone. It grows together through collaboration, mutual respect, knowledge exchange, and shared commitment to improving education. And we are sincerely hoping that the partnership strengthened through this conference will continue beyond today. May they lead the future, joint research, accompanying publications, guest lectures, students and faculty mobility, community engagement, and other sustainable international activities. Also, our appreciation also goes to Teflin, Chapter Kepulauan Riau, for supporting the development of the English language teaching community in our province and for strengthening connection among educators, researchers, and institutions. I would also like to thank all presenters who all shared their studies and idea. Your participation has enriched the academic quality of this conference. To all moderators, session chairs, reviewers, master of ceremony, technical teams, administrative staffs, students, volunteers, and members of organizing committee, thank you so much for your dedication, professionalism, and tireless efforts. Many tasks behind this international conference may not be visible on the screen, but they are essential to its success, from preparing the program, coordinating speaker, to managing registration, communication, technology, certificates, publications, and participant services. Every contribution has been meaningful, very meaningful. To all participants, thank you so much for joining us, engaging in these sessions, asking thoughtful questions, and contributing to the discussions. I believe your active participation has transformed this event from a series of presentation into a genuine academic conversation. As this is the first iReal ELT International Conference, today represents an important beginning for the Faculty of Education and Universitas Internasional Batam, of course. We hope that iReal ELT will continue to grow as a sustainable platform for international research, academic engagement, and collaboration in applied linguistics and English language teaching. Once again, thank you so much to everyone who has contributed to success of the first iReal ELT 2026 International Conference. With gratitude and optimism, I hereby declare that this conference is officially closed, and thank you so much. We wish you continued success in your academic and professional endeavors. We look forward to welcoming you again at the future IRELT conference and other academic activities and Universitas International Batam. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pandu Prasojo, for your meaningful closing remarks and for your continued support for the success of this international conference. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of the first International Research of Engagement in Applied Linguistics and English Language Teaching, IREL ELT 2026, we would like to extend our sincere gratitude to everyone who has contributed to the success of this conference. Our deepest appreciation goes to our distinguished keynote speakers for generously sharing their knowledge, expertise, and perspective with us. We also extend our sincere gratitude to our moderators, reviewers, session chairs, presenters, participants, university leaders, partner institutions, and organizing committee members for your dedication and valuable contribution. We would also like to express our sincere appreciation to our collaborating institutions, Universitas Internasional Batam, Universitas PGRI Kanjuruhan Malang, and Universitas Pasir Pengarayan, for the collaboration and commitment that have made this conference possible. Once again, congratulations to all recipients of the Best Presenter and Best Paper Awards. Your outstanding research and presentations have made a significant contribution to the success of the first IREL ELT 2026. Although today's conference is coming to an end, we sincerely hope that the conversation connections and collaborations that began today will continue beyond this conference. May IREL ELT continue to serve as a platform that bridges research and practice, connects scholars and practitioners, and strengthens international collaboration in applied linguistics and English language teaching. On behalf of the organizing committee, thank you for your trust, participation, enthusiasm, and support. It has been our great honor and pleasure to have you with us today. With that, we officially conclude the first International Research and Engagement in Applied Linguistics and English Language Teaching, IREL ELT 2026. We look forward for welcoming you again at our future IREL ELT conferences. Thank you very much. I am Zairin Sazwani binti Azwar as your Master of Ceremony. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a wonderful evening, stay safe, and see you again.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Leli, Dr. Pandu, thank you.
Thank you,
Izin
Dokter.
pamit, terima kasih.
Thank you, Dr. Pitit. We'll
Thank
meet
you,
again.
Dr. Esther Hoy.
Much for coming.